Okay. Good morning. Welcome to CARB's fourth annual Clean Transportation Equity Incentive Symposium. My name is Robert Chester. I'm a staff member here at CARB, and I have the pleasure of being your MC this morning. We'd like to start by thanking everyone for attending the symposium, and we'd like to give an extra special thanks to everyone who is participating as a panelist or speaker, and especially those who traveled long distance to participate. Thank you very much. So what are our goals today? Our goals are to collaborate, listen, and learn from each other in the hopes that we can recognize what we have achieved to date in the shared space of clean transportation incentives and equity work. But beyond that, we also want to acknowledge what we are currently working on and the lessons we've learned thus far, identify the obstacles that still impede our continued progress towards our goals, and explore those areas and issues we have yet to address and need more attention, outreach, analysis, and investments. Although many of us may know each other already, the symposium is also intended as a forum to facilitate networking. It is our hope that this networking opportunity fosters conversations that result in a series of new, productive, and durable relationships and collaborative partnerships built on trust and shared goals. Through this collaborative enterprise, we hope to lift each other up while achieving our goals for the state, for the climate, for equity, for clean transportation, and our many diverse and distinct communities. With that said, let's go over some very important logistical information that will be essential to navigate your day. The restrooms are over here on the other side of the rooms on the opposite side. So the opposite side of the first floor. So if you exit the room over here, make a right, go all the way around, and once you go all the way down the corridor, they'll be on the end on the left. Okay. Unfortunately, we will not have interpretation services today. Apologies for that. Now, we're going to do a brief summary of the agenda. After I get done with my remarks, Lisa McCumber will have a few remarks and introduce Lucina Negrete, our keynote speaker. And then after that, we will have a fireside chat with one current board member and two former board members that will discuss trends in clean transportation. And then after that, we will have a quick break, and then we will have our morning sessions. There will be 3 morning sessions, and then after that, we will have a break for lunch for an hour and a half, and then we will have our next series of sessions in the afternoon. There will be 3 of those, and then a quick break, and then we will have our final session in here. There will just be 1 session at that time, and then after that, we will have some concluding remarks. Okay. So not everybody is attending in person. So in addition to those attending in the room, we have people attending today's symposium via Zoom, and we have some protocols to follow and some best practices to consider. So let's see here. Raise your hand in person or use raise hand function in Zoom and pound 2 if you're calling by phone. And please state your name and affiliation, if any, before asking a question or making a comment. If you prefer to email your questions, email them to cleantransportationincentives@arb.ca.gov. And if it's for a specific session, make sure you put symposium and then the specifics, the name of the session that you're asking the question or making the comment for. Okay. For those joining remotely, there will be an opportunity for you to ask questions in sessions as well. You have the slide that was up there that tells you how to do that. As always, if you prefer not to speak, you can submit questions to our Clean Transportation Incentives email, as I said. Please make sure that you have the subject symposium, and for the subtopic that you say which session it is that you're asking the question or making the comment for. And then for Wi-Fi, if you have not gotten on the Wi-Fi yet, here's how you do that. You have to click the, quote, I have an access code option, and the password is SACCP. Okay. So the rooms for today, if you are not attending an event in this room, then the other rooms are behind us. So you will go out that door, make a right, and then find the other rooms on the other side of this one. Okay. Lunch will be provided for y'all today. We will have a roast beef sandwich, smoked turkey sandwich, or a veggie wrap, along with seasonal salad, chips, and fruit. We do have a limited number of gluten-free and vegan options, so please save those for our participants who need them. And at this time, we want to give our sponsors a shout out. We'd like to give a huge thank you to our sponsors, the Center for Sustainable Energy, the California High-Speed Rail Authority, the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and the Community Housing Development Corporation. We truly appreciate your support. Thank you. We'd also like to give a very special thanks to Grid Alternatives. Without their logistical support, this event could not be possible. Thank you very much, Grid. Okay, at this time, I'm going to pass it off to Lisa.
All right, good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Lisa McCumber. I am the branch director for our Equitable Mobility Incentives branch at CARB that oversees all of the wonderful projects we'll be talking about today. Just very quickly, we are going to do a couple things to just get things going for the day. We have a packed agenda, as you've heard. So to start things off, to make sure everybody gets into the right mindset, we're going to take what's called a minute to arrive. Only it'll be about 30 seconds or so. So if you don't mind, take 30 seconds to kind of center yourself in the room. You can close your eyes if that helps you. Just kind of bring yourself to awareness of where we're at and what we're here to talk about today and everything that you want to bring to the conversation. So with that, about 30 seconds or so. All right. Thank you all for arriving here with us today. We are going to start things off with a quick poll, just to kind of get you guys thinking about some of the topics we'll be covering. So we want to hear from you. We want to know, what are the feelings that come up when you reflect on the current state of the world? Okay, so with that question in mind, we've got a QR code on the screen. We'll ask you to enter in your thoughts and feelings there, and that's hopefully going to kind of ground you for the beginning of the start. And we'll be looking later on today to kind of gauge where you're at. So please take a quick moment to do that, and we'll show up on the screen kind of a bit of a word bubble. Second QR code, apparently the one that's up right now. All right. Okay, so while that begins to settle, folks, we're going to give you about 1 more minute to put in your thoughts and feelings. All right, I'm seeing really big. We've got anxious, we've got anger, we've got sadness, uncertainty, frustrating, all words I absolutely empathize with here and feel myself. So, and I think as we kind of move through the day, I think my hope for all of you is that we're able to come out with, I don't know that we'll make it totally to the opposite end of the spectrum, but some optimistic words, some empowerment and some growth and some excitement. So we'll have to see. And that's what I hope for all of you, is that we walk away today and maybe some of these feelings are really pushed down a bit by some of the more positive feelings that hopefully we can bring out. With that, we're going to go ahead and move now into our keynote. So this morning, we're going to be hearing from Lucina Negrete. She is our Assistant Division Director within the Mobile Source Control Division at CARB. And I'm going to let her tell you all about herself and the great work that she's done. So Lucina, please join me.
Hello, everyone. Oops, can you hear me? Thank you for being here today. It means a lot that you're here with us today to share space and connect with each other. It's my honor to welcome you to the 4th Annual Clean Transportation Equity Incentive Symposium. My name is Lucina Negrete, and I'm the Assistant Division Chief of the Mobile Source Control Division at the California Air Resources Board. I oversee CARB's incentive programs, which include the medium and heavy-duty vehicle and off-road incentive programs, as well as the community-focused light-duty shared mobility programs. We created this symposium 4 years ago in response to feedback from community members and organizations to share lessons learned and take in your ideas to improve our light-duty programs. We wanted to create a physical space to meet in person and promote networking. We know how important it is to continuously reflect on why and how we do the work that we do, and to open our lines of communication with the people who build and use the services that we fund. Everyone in this room has a desire to improve people's lived experiences. Many of you have a career of public service under your belt. I would venture to say everyone in this room cares deeply about equity and environmental and racial justice. We all have our connections to this work that drive us forward, and I'd like to share mine. I grew up in South Sacramento, the youngest of 9 children, living in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house that backed up against 65th Expressway. When I reflect on my childhood, I hear friends and family tell me that I grew up in a disadvantaged community. But to me, it was just home. I didn't feel disadvantaged. I was blessed. I had a roof over my head, my family, and a community that refused to let me and my family fall through the cracks. I remember holiday events where volunteers made sure kids like me had a gift for Christmas. When we needed to stretch our food stamps and government assistance just a little more, community food banks made sure my family didn't go hungry. There was even a neighbor who didn't have much themselves that stepped in to help my parents with a down payment so that they could buy their first home. That kind of generosity, it sticks with you. My lived experience taught me how powerful community can be, how essential it is to give back, how important it is that the voices of the people living in these realities are heard and valued. Every step of my journey has fueled my commitment to equity because I've lived what inequity looks like. And I've lived what community can overcome when we work together and we lift each other up. But today, we're living in a very tough moment. I know that we all feel it. The federal government is making illegal and unconstitutional moves that make it harder for California to reduce air pollution, and it's threatening CARB's regulatory ability to protect public health. But beyond that, we hear from our community partners that people are scared to go outside and live their lives, worried that they can get snatched off the street. People are facing job losses, the rollback of basic rights, and the loss of social support. And amidst all that, we have the awareness that the systems we work in are imperfect. Over the years, we have been in these rooms, you have been in these rooms with us, bringing us suggestions, critiques, and heartfelt stories about what people in your communities need. We have heard you and tried to make changes based on what you've shared with us. Many of the things have shifted on the equity front. But we recognize there are still opportunities for improvement. My career in air quality, and specifically with CARB, has spanned more than 30 years. 28 years of those have been with incentives, and the last 17 included light-duty projects, which is jargon for passenger vehicles, car sharing, and other shared mobility. I plan to retire this year and have been reflecting on how much has changed over the past 3 decades. I'd like to share some of those reflections with you, because what we have accomplished together is important, even though we have farther to go. We may have not lived in an equitable world, but when I think about equity as a process, not an end goal, I feel very empowered. Processes are endlessly improvable. As we think about how we can continue to adapt our work, I think it's important to take a step back and reflect on what we have been able to accomplish. When you look at California's clean transportation incentives today, it's like seeing a mosaic, colorful, interconnected, and purposeful. The picture was assembled slowly with pieces of legislation that each added a new shape, texture, and clarity. Each tile slid into place, starting with the framework. AB 32 set our climate change goals. AB 118 established the Air Quality Improvement Program. Then to our focal point, the defining image of our mosaic. SB 535 and SB 1275 mandated that our programs are designed to serve low-income residents and overburdened communities. With that, Clean Cars for All, Car Share, light-duty financing, and the Rural District School Bus Pilot programs were placed. Finally, SB 350, the Foundation of Equitable Transportation Investments. Access Clean California, Clean Mobility Options, Clean Mobility in Schools, STEP, regional and statewide Clean Cars for All, Driving Clean Assistance, e-bikes, and planning and capacity building projects were creatively added. Together, we've been able to build programs that work, bringing real change to many communities. CARB has traditionally been led by scientists and engineers following an ethos of evidence or science-based policymaking. The focus has been very much on what you can prove quantitatively, what is efficient, what is cost-effective, what can get the most bang for your buck. Equity incentive programs are not cost-effective. Equity advancement and investments take time. And because of this, the regional car sharing pilots, Clean Cars for All, and the first financing assistant pilot in the Bay Area didn't provide bang for their buck. They were intended to help communities like those identified in the SB 350 barrier study gain access to clean transportation. They were all meant to serve the people who face multiple environmental pollution burdens. The idea of centering programs around community needs challenged the status quo. I have worked for this agency a long time, and some institutional changes run very deep. The importance of censoring equity is more widespread now. Most people you talk with understand that the value of our programs isn't measured by cost effectiveness, but in the options, access, and support we provide communities. By 2018, the Barriers Report had broadened our understanding for how communities should be involved in shaping our programs, and equity was becoming more of a central part of our work. And while the community work was leading us in the right direction, it was the renewed national focus on the Black Lives Matter movement in 2020 and the voices of our Black employees awakening us that made this work more personal. We had a more heartfelt concern for one another and the well-being of each other, especially our communities of color. There was a unified awareness that we need to do better, faster. That year, CARB adopted a resolution to integrate racial equity and social justice into all of CARB's actions. But as a state agency, we are a political entity. Our mandates flow with legislation as well as the current administration's agenda. We also are affected by federal politics. As staff at all levels, we often have big visions of what we want to accomplish, but it doesn't always come as fast as we'd like. Change is not overnight. We have made progress on many things over the years. The shared mobility projects being such a core part of our portfolio was just a dream 10 years ago. You have asked us for more transparency, more accessibility to our public process. So we made changes, and now we host evening events. We hold the symposium annually so we can have space to reflect, collaborate outside of our traditional silos, and make improvements to our programs. We are more proactive now about visiting communities throughout the state to better understand your lived experiences and how we can improve our programs to suit your needs. One example of positive change is that recently, after years of hearing from our tribal partners and working against and through various barriers, we finally were able to remove the legacy requirement in our recent planning and capacity building solicitation that would have required tribes to waive their sovereign immunity in order to enter into grant agreement with us. This was huge for increasing accessibility funding. Breaking down barriers to participation does improve access, but it is never as simple as just asking. It requires asking again and again in different ways, under different conditions, with different data, with new relationships and new dynamics. And for a bureaucrat, it means trying to shift those dynamics as you work within them. The work of equity is a million tiny decisions, choices, and strategies all at once. And that can often be very frustrating. But it also brings me hope. Because behind changes in culture and priorities and strategy are those small decisions that people who have the power over one little thing can make. I know how resilient our communities are. With the actions of the federal government, funding shortages, and policy-wise, major setbacks in the realm of equity, we are facing an uphill battle. What's happening now feels unprecedented, but it's not. Our ancestors went through times of political turmoil and setbacks too. For communities who have slipped through the cracks, the current political winds don't come much as a surprise. I'm not saying this to downplay what we are facing, but to remind us that resilience runs very deep in our roots. Don't lose faith. Take care of each other. That is how we are safe. People are scared. Supporting each other is not a choice right now. It's an essential lifeline. That's how we get through. The generations before us did the same. Don't ask if we can. Know that we can. Sí se puede. Yes, we can. I have hope because all of us are here together right now to listen and to learn so we can care for each other. So what is CARB going to do in the face of all of this? How are we going to show up at the table? What if we don't see funds in the next few years? Well, we don't control the purse strings. However, even in low budget years, we still have staffing resources. We are committed to keeping the momentum going. We know this work is important and worthy, and it will continue. It has been 10 years since the SB 350 Barriers Report was published, and it's time that we revisit it. There are communities that we should have included the first time, and it's important to stay current with the times and with what people really need. That's one thing on our horizon. There's also advocacy. As CARB staff, we can educate about the positive impacts that our incentive programs have, but we cannot advocate at the Capitol since we are an arm of the government. But that means the working relationships we have with our program administrators and our partners are extra important because you all can. And you see those benefits and how important the work is every day. We are here to support you, and we are here to listen to you today and going forward. Finally, I want to underscore how important partnerships are. Continuing to talk with each other, to share ideas, and to disagree sometimes is how we stress test the work we are doing and recenter ourselves in our shared vision. As I wrap up, I want to direct your attention to the table, a worksheet that you have on your tables. As you hear from the remarkable speakers that we have with us today, I want you to think about your role, what you have the capacity to change, what power you have, and what your unique contribution can be. Not just aspirational, but today, tomorrow, and a few weeks from now. What is the next small step you can make to keep building equity in the very fabric of your move through your day job, your community, and your life? Please keep these with you and we'll reflect on them at the end of the day. With that, I'd like to close with that the Lord works in very mysterious ways. Some of you know I was supposed to be a nun, but instead, He put me on this beautiful path and gave me the gift for working with this agency for 30 years. He allowed me to be part of the incredible contributions from those in this room, those that couldn't make it, those that have since retired, and those who are just starting out. I'm thrilled to share this space with you and to engage in conversation with you today. Let's make the most of today. Thank you for joining us, and I look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucina. Thank you for your inspirational words and your life of public service and how it reflects the principles that this symposium embody. Okay, hard act to follow, but we will try. Next, we have our Fireside chat. Okay, so we have two former board members and one current board member So if you all can come up, Sandra Berg and Davina Hurt, and current board member Eric Guerra. This fireside chat will discuss what's next for clean transportation.
Let's see. Oh, great. You can hear me. Good morning, everyone. So glad to be here with all of you. And glad to see Eric. He flew in from another event. Welcome. So my name is Davina Hurt. I'm a former cardboard member and a chair of the Bay Area Air District. Currently, I'm a climate policy director at Pacific Environment, where our mission is to protect communities by cleaning up maritime shipping across the Pacific Rim. Excuse me. And beyond. I'm also the government ethics director at Markela Applied Ethics Center at Santa Clara University, and I sit on the California Water Commission. I'm delighted to be here today with two colleagues I've had the privilege of working alongside on the CARB board, who bring perspectives that are going to genuinely enrich this conversation when we talk about incentives. Councilmember Eric Guerra is current CARB board member and Sacramento City Council member representing the Sacramento Region Air District and a candidate for Sacramento County Supervisor. He carries the weight of the work from inside the institution right now. And Sandy Berg, longtime CARB board member who served many years as well as vice chair. She now chairs the board of Pacific Resource Recovery Services and serves on the boards of Valley CAN and California Council for Environment and Economic Balance. And we are three people who have all stood at the intersection of policy and communities at different times from different chairs. And what we share is the conviction that clean transportation is not a technical exercise. Incentives have played a pivotal role in our quest to transition to clean energy, especially in the commercialization of electric vehicles and California's commitment to making that transition inclusive for everyone. The road to EV adoption has been long, with real ups and downs, but by 2024, California reached 25% of new cars purchased being electric. It finally looked like we were on a path to meaningful, lasting change and consumer buying habits. CARB has made significant changes to EV incentives with 100% focus on our underserved communities. Air districts working alongside community partners were introducing EVs and incentivized buying plans that sold out every single round. Demand was real. The momentum was real. And then, should we cue the Star Wars? Dun, 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 no. The federal government pulled the plug, pulled the rug out from under every state working hard to commercialize EVs as a viable economic and, yes, genuinely cool car choice, and to build the electrification infrastructure to support them, revoking all EPA waivers, pulling back emission standards, shutting down federal incentives, calling back infrastructure projects. The signal was unmistakable. Dare I repeat it? Clean energy is not necessary, and the internal combustion engine is the vehicle of the choice. But we understand what the future holds. We understand it matters whose imaginations get to materialize as our shared future moves forward. This morning, we're honored to kick off your day with reflections, insights, and encouragement. We're all part of a coalition of the willing, people who understand the grave and real impacts of air pollution and climate change on the communities we serve. We're here to speak with you. California has been the leader, and despite what is happening at the federal level, we must all of us continue on that path. So our conversation will be honest, and it's going to reflect the policy that moves us forward. And I'll just end with this before jumping right into questions here. Remember to imagine and craft the worlds you cannot live without, just as you dismantle the ones you cannot live within. That's Ruha Benjamin, if you know her. So let's get started, and I would love to hear from Sandy. What did setting clean transportation incentive policy actually feel like from inside CARB?
So, as many of you know, I was with CARB for 18 and a half years on the board, and that actually started my very first meeting was the Fran Pavley greenhouse gas meeting. Brand new, barely knew any of the acronyms, and here I was voting on a world-changing legislation that was going to put regulation on greenhouse gases. That was my first introduction. And what I realized is that as a business owner, Governor Schwarzenegger wanted to appoint a business owner that was preferably small to medium size, who had a business that was regulated, that understood what regulation was. So I brought to the table that understanding. What I was so blessed with is that our family business was very community and environmentally responsible. My dad believed very strongly that businesses had a responsibility to communities and had a responsibility to operate in a responsible way. So I came to the table thinking, oh, how are we going to put this policy together? What I came to quickly realize is how complicated the environment is, how complicated the choices are, how unaligned in many cases that we are. And one of my favorite sayings that Davina would often say in her comments is the real challenge of threading the needle. Because what policy does is it washes across one set of rules and regulations and how to approach everything into a very complicated subset of what we all need. Whether we're communities of resources or not, small, medium, and large businesses, we never have enough funding in anything that we do. And so how do you thread that needle? And what was really insightful for me from a policy perspective for incentives is how to look at building the market and bringing this transformation ahead between those that could be early adopters and have the wherewithal to weather that storm versus bringing everybody along. And that was the needle that I found very challenging, as you often said in your comments.
It's true, Sandy, complexity. And whenever you're in that room, there's so many things to consider when it comes to legal parameters and threading the needle with policy that helps everyone in some form or fashion. So there was a lot of altitude in the room, it almost felt like, but sometimes hard to see the ground and the people.
And may I just add, it was never a meeting that you didn't feel the heartfelt need of our communities that have been left behind. No question about it. My business is in Boyle Heights. I understand this. We've been there since 1929 was the start of the company, and my father bought it in 1964. So we've been there a long time. And you never miss the heartfelt of making choices that you knew were going to affect people. And I know for many board members, that just weighs on you as you're making a decision how to vote.
Eric, what are you thinking about at this moment?
I mean, so you know the impact to people is the big one. When you come to the seat, Davina and I were in the role as members of an air district, and now more than ever, you know, it's the time for at the local level, at the granular level, that we must be able to move forward because of we see the challenges that the state is facing, the federal government and its clawbacks. So it is when at the local level we can make more decisions. And you know, I think about this also not only in the global responsibility of greenhouse gases, but our principal responsibility of public health. This year, my son had his first asthma attack, and you know, it was one of those that is, as a parent, if you're not a parent, you know, I mean, it's shocking to see it all, but as a parent, it's even much more crushing to see, you know, your child all of a sudden grasping for air. And you know, I had always been, as an air district member, involved in a particular summer camp that we do here in Sacramento, where we bring kids from the South Sacramento area. They come to George Sim. We give them some education about air quality and their health, and then we take them on a summer break. And that camp is called Asthma Camp. But the fact that we have a camp for kids with asthma tells you how much at the granular level we have to work at. What I find inspiring, though, I served as chair for our air district for 4 years. It's the longest anyone has ever served that long. And when we can take a step back on the politics on the big P, you know, and talk about impacts to people and locally, we were able to move our local air district, Republicans and Democrats from everyone, to move aggressively on a number of issues where for the first time in Sacramento, we did something that everyone thought was not possible, which was meet our federal attainment. And many folks, except for those true believers in the air district, thought, oh, this is kind of a perfunctory thing that we're going to work on, but someday, you know, maybe it'll happen. No, but we actually did it, and we did it with everyone collectively. Now we're at the point where we're going to meet our attainment level 4 p.m. as well. But it just reminds me that it's at that granular local level, because our impacts to air quality are so localized. We have a bigger responsibility to the world, to leading, to making sure we address the issues of greenhouse gas emissions. But I think if we can show that at the local level we can make those impacts and how they can be transferred to other areas, that's, I think, how we're going to make that change, that example, you know, of making that change.
And it takes everybody working together and collaborating and being honest about what one needs and figuring out how we share this big pie together, right? So when I think about the work that I did inside CARB, things were scientifically sound, but they also needed to be socially impactful and important. And every regulation that I decided on, what was the social impact? Who was going to not necessarily be left behind, but have a harder time to meet the needs and the regulation? And it was a constant conversation, and I was very thankful that CARB continued to have that with me, the staff that worked on that.
And Davina, so as we look at, you've now moved to the other side and working with communities and seeing the impacts directly. And so what are some of your observations now that you've both served on CARB and now working with an NGO that is working directly with communities, especially in the port areas?
Yeah, so even more eye-opening about the importance of the regulations and how impactful they are, and sitting side by side in community and trying to answer questions that quite frankly are hard to answer. You know that every regulation impacts a family, impacts someone's family who has asthma cases. So you want to do everything in your power, but to the point earlier about threading the needle, there are so many different stakeholders who have so many different needs. And to be quite honest, it's hard to balance. But I know as an advocate with the community, I'm going to try my hardest to make sure that community and people are at the center at all times in those decisions. And there's a trust gap that is present. And so I'm working very hard to say the past is what it is. Obviously, you don't forget, but you do remember that in order to push through, we've got to talk, we've got to work together. And so as an advocate, I do that constantly. I run into one barrier, I back up, then I go to this other place, back up, and it's constant. I would say even now it's quite difficult because we're in an environment nationally and even locally where people are questioning affordability. What does that mean? And I will tell you, for communities that I work with, affordability is being able to breathe. Affordability is being able to have a job, but a job in one that is in a healthy environment. So affordability is maybe bigger than maybe some of the socioeconomic numbers and things you hear from politicians that I used to be many years ago. They're about everyday people and how they live, and that they have bills as well. So again, maybe my view is much wider. And I'm very thankful to know what it's like on the other side of the curtain, but also so happy for Pacific Environment and those port communities to be next to them and work for cleaner air, cleaner ships, cleaner vessels for all.
And Eric, kind of building on that, as you look at your current board member, what would you share with the audience today, the challenges of policy, the challenges of getting stakeholders aligned, given our current environment?
The biggest challenge in our current environment is that additional new resources will likely not be coming. And that just needs to be an acknowledgement. There's no new money coming from the federal government. Even from the state, we're going to see that even more challenging. You know, one of the programs here, two programs, particularly in the Sacramento Valley, that helped us, and also I would say any agricultural area, is the Carl Moyer and Farmer program. And those, being able to keep those funded at a way to have incentives to transition out old equipment is likely not going to be there. You know, at least not for the short-term future. Doesn't mean that we don't continue to keep pushing that aggressively for the future, but I think that will be one. So then what does that mean we have to acknowledge? That perfection, if perfection and absolute standards is the only thing we look at, then the delay to get to that means that the air we breathe doesn't change. So taking every angle that we can right now to move and make any impact on NOx, on PM, is an important step, because without that, then we're only allowing those impacted to continue to breathe those. So it does mean that not that we eliminate our goals and our vision, but that we look at what are the things we can do in any possible way to reduce emissions now.
I think I see the 2-minute mark, and there's one really important question I'd like to pose, and maybe we can break it down to one sentence or two, which is communities unable to safely show up are feeling the pressure of doing this work. How do you hold that alongside the work that you're doing now? What are you thinking? Is there a suggestion in that issue as they continue to battle?
Well, I know with the work that I'm currently doing that we are just absolutely staying very close to each community that we're working with. We cannot imagine what it's like if we're not living it. But we can be there with our resources and figure out how do we create safe space, safe learning, and we have to do it differently. I know for my business, my business is in Los Angeles, one of the key communities that got first hit by the raids, the ICE raids. And it really was one-on-one showing up. And our partnerships, as Lucina really closed with, how critical they are today. We have to keep building that trust because I do believe there has been a broken in trust on many levels in many of our partnerships. And we have to put that extra effort today. But there isn't a magic bullet. There's not a silver bullet.
The work has to come to the community, not the other way around.
Yeah, I would say it is coalition building and stepping up in places for others where you can have expertise, whether it's for environment, whether it's for education, or whether it's for, immigrant rights. I will say I'm heartwarmed by seeing so many folks stand up now on the issue on immigrant rights because when I was a kid in the 80s, we were farm workers. We were undocumented farm workers. And sadly, our family was deported as kids and whatnot because very few people, not saying they didn't, there were advocates, but very few people spoke up. And for doing nothing but working to provide for our family. Ensuring we speak up when we see other issues and coalition building, I think, is important because we'll have other expertises in these areas. And so it's not just the environmental community working on one side, it's not just the education community working on one side, but it's that coalition building to identify how we move forward together.
Thank you. So let's turn to all of you. Do you have questions, things you'd like to pose to a present and former CARB board member? Sure.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. My name is Herman Barahona. I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition. We work in Solano, Yolo, Placer, and Sacramento counties. What we've learned on the ground is a brutal story of contradictions. I have a leader that is dying of cancer, who has lived her entire life in front of a truck yard here in Del Paso Heights. She's never smoked, never been exposed to the kinds of bad habits, but she's dying of cancer. And she came to us to tell us about the idling and the constant exposure that was happening in her block, where many people on her street were dying of cancer or some sort of respiratory disease. Now that these federal changes are, stirring things up, but before the Trump administration showed up to the scene, we've had these challenges for 50 years. I grew up in Boyle Heights. I went to Roosevelt High School. Nothing changed there, right? But there's been improvements. On the Port of LA, there's been some improvements. So my question is, regardless of administrations, regardless of challenges that we have, what can we do to empower grassroots communities to really have a true voice in the advisory boards and the kind of CARB boards where the victims of these policy decisions can have a very active, powerful voice, not just an advisory role?
So one of the things that was surprising to me as a CARB board member is understanding that land use is a local issue. The power is within the local government, and that is the government you all elect. And so they make those decisions. The CAR board, including our health agency, AWIHA, we can put out the information of the impacts. We can make guidelines. We can say that residents should be 1,000 feet from any facility and truck, but we don't have the power to make that a regulation and enforce it because it encroaches on the authority of land use, and that is a local. And so I think we could become better supporters of you. We could show up. We could help bring the science. And as Eric and Davina had said, we need to bring our voices.
One of the important things, particularly on local issues, is the ability to get resources for them, real facts and numbers for them to that point. Now, in the city of Sacramento, I was able to push $500,000 for increased monitoring. Most cities don't do that at all, okay? They won't even spend a nickel of their general fund. I actually got the idea from the city of Rancho Cordova. You know, they led by saying, we're going to get some purple monitors for folks who are concerned about freeway impacts. So in the city of Sacramento, then I took that and said, hey, we can maybe do this. But the reality is most cities cannot do that. And this is where I think CARB can come in and help support with that level of expertise to empower local folks with that information. The second, we have to start supporting more science at a younger age so that science doesn't become scary, okay? You know, it's interesting how much we've kind of moved away from that and making people be willing to understand that from a local level. I mean, it surprises me how much people will talk in detail about the NFL draft, okay? But when you, with the same level of ingenuity that it takes to understand some of this information that we can put out, we haven't done that. But I think that's a cultural problem. So we have to, you know, do that at a younger level. And you know, my parents had a fourth grade education, but I had a great science teacher in high school, and because of that, I became an engineer. So I think we have to start now more than ever. We have the Museum of Science in Sacramento that we're pushing. A lot of this, what municipalities do with our water, with our air, you know, not so much at the global level, but let's keep it as much local and understanding how we do that. And so we can empower our local folks.
As Sandy said, it matters who you elect locally. And when they don't do the job that's necessary to protect the community, it's time to find someone else. CARB is there to be a resource and set the grandiose policy for the state. They're the guardrails to some extent. But to get down to the localized level about what's needed, that really is your local community. When I chaired the Air District at the Bay Area, it was very important to me that we had a community advisory council to help us with every regulation that we worked on so that they can bring their lived experiences to the table. They now are very busy. I think that's important actually for all local communities to ask for that. The next step in my mind was then to get 2 community members to serve on the Air District Board. That's real power. I didn't get there just yet, but I did create the council with many others, and that's a start. And I would suggest that in your local community as well.
We are going to see if there are any online questions at this time. No? Okay. Then we have time for one more question from the room.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us. I am Susana Medina with Grid Alternatives and Access Clean California. In my experience working as case management for 3.5 years, how do you ensure individual voices are heard? How do you ensure the unhoused, the undocumented, the tribal community, they all express how complex the processes are for them to access clean energy. Affordable transportation like e-bikes, we've heard that from so many, where you don't need to get a loan and finally be able to have some sort of form of transportation. How do you hear from the elderly, the tech challenged, the disabled, the ones who have no computer, internet at home, and need to go to the public library to try to get assistance to fill out an application, need one-on-one support, let alone take e-courses? How do you open a space for community members to tell their story? Perhaps organize and advertise public sessions. I feel it is powerful when it comes from them, because each one has a different story and requires a lot of support. And I have been fortunate and blessed to have sat with a lot of community members to guide them through the process. But there's so many more that probably fell through the cracks because we just don't have the capacity, don't get to them. So that's my question, and thank you so much.
Well, I'll say, I think, and I'll use the e-bike voucher program as an example of where we failed, where CARB failed in this effort. And I think, in retrospect, looking back, I would have found regional leaders, nonprofits that are working with people to build that conversation. I would have preferred to have someone like the Sacramento area bike advocate, Saba, here, and I see one of our board members there. Yeah, and May is Bike Month, everybody in Sacramento. So, yeah. Yeah, there's Deb Banks over here, our executive director. I didn't even see her over there. Hi, Deb. And I cargo bike with an e-bike with my kids to school. Why? Because when I want them to know that this is to be comfortable knowing that this is another form. But I do think that when state agencies, I'm not just talking about CARB, but any state agency can help empower the nonprofits or the community organizations, whether it be a parish or another school group that is good at that, because they will develop in different ways, whether they're neighborhood associations, then they become true vehicles of communication for the agencies and the regulators. And what we need to do first is go to where the public is at. I mean, the reality is that, and if I think back about when my mother got involved in Promotoras de Salud, which were pushing back about ethyl bromide being sprayed on us when we were in farm workers. Like, they expected you to go as a farm worker after you worked 12-hour days and had a meeting with the PTA and trying to do everything else, to then go to another meeting. Right? So it's important that we look at, okay, how do we adjust so we are getting out to community? And we can't do that forever. We should, because it's also inefficient as government. So what can government do? It's capacity build in those organizations, because it'll help in other ways to get information out to agencies. So I think that, and regional levels is probably the best way, because then you can hit many cities at the same time. The reality in most of with the exception of Los Angeles, which is one major city, most of our communities work within different cities. They live in one, work in another. So being able to get information from between cities and in a regional way is probably our most effective way of building capacity.
Yeah, I mean, the answer to this is very hard, because each individual comes to the table with a different experience. And so it really is important that there is a lot of coalition building within the communities. And then we appoint voices to go to CARB, to cities, to tell those stories and ensure that we hear them, so then we can consider them when the regulations or policy is being made. But it's very hard. And I think we need to spend more time with one another outside of the regulation and policy making. We need to spend more time living truly side by side, learning who our neighbors are and their needs and how we can support one another, because a healthier community is good for everyone, but it's hard.
And just to build on what both Davina and Eric said, I've come to really appreciate that Lucia really hit the nail on the head. You can build a community even when it's struggling and be the lifeline. Government wasn't truly created to be able to hear all these different voices. I think it's an unrealistic expectation that keeps us stuck. But I think the power that communities have is truly, just as Davina and Eric just outlined, it's the ability to take the technology today. How many in this room have contacted a CARB board member and requested a meeting by Zoom? You don't have to show up in their office anymore like when I was 20 years ago. They had to come see me if they wanted to see me. That just locked out a lot of people. Now, I was in a community, so I made an effort to go out to communities. But now today, you could call and request a meeting. And so think about how those voices of representation can connect with Coalition for Clean Air. I see my friend Bill right there. Connect with people on a level that is driving the needs, making sure those needs are getting up. Connect with your local officials. So we do have to feel empowered, and we do have to act. And I have to remind myself of that all the time as well. And I so appreciated Lucia's opening remarks, because that is the hope. Every one of you young people and mid-career, you are the hope for our future. And so be bold and look outside the box. Don't be confined as to what happened in my generation.
Well, let's thank the board members for this fireside chat. Thank you. We now have about 7-8 minutes for everybody to get to their next session, hit the restroom, grab some coffee, grab some water, grab a snack, whatever it is you need to do. So thank you.
All right, let's rally, you guys. Right? My name's Deb Banks, and I'm the Executive Director of SABA, the Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates. And thanks to Eric Guerra for the shout out. I did not pay him for that. We appreciate it. Eric is a good friend of SABA's and a good friend of e-bikes. And we're going to talk about e-bikes here today. I am joined by John Tully to my right, and next to him is Dylan Fitzpoles. And not with us, but with us virtually is Joey Uhas-Lukumsky. And I've practiced saying his last name for like 2 hours. So I'm hoping I got that right. And Joey will let me know. It's like, you flubbed it, Banks. I'm going to pass this over, and everybody's going to give an introduction about who they are and what they're doing in this e-bike space. But before we do, I just want to set the stage a little bit. You know, we're here to talk about e-bike programs. And yes, CARB had a statewide e-bike program. Some people thought it went okay. A lot of people thought it didn't go so okay. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about programs that CARB also subsidized and supported through grant funding, et cetera, and research, and what their programs have done. And hopefully we can learn some of the great things that they've done more at that local level and apply those lessons going forward, whether it's at the local level, at the state level, at a city, county, region-wide level. So these folks have all launched programs, and that's really exciting because some of the questions that I heard going on in the keynote speeches and the fireside chat that we just had was about really starting local and really learning where people are and taking your program to where they are and then helping to lift up from there. And maybe I'll get a chance to talk a little bit about something that we're doing as well, but first and foremost, let's pass it on down the line. So, John.
Thank you, Deb. Hello, everyone. My name is John Tully. I'm coming all the way from Southern California, Long Beach in particular. I've been fortunate enough to be involved in the clean transit equity space for the last 15 years or so. Growing up in North Long Beach, I was in a disadvantaged community, so my main form of transportation was actually a bike. And I loved it so much that I decided to do free bike parking throughout the city of Long Beach. And that became a hot hit to where the city and different events and farmers markets wanted a bike valet all throughout their city. And I was fortunate enough to turn that into a business. And that was my first business called Puddle Movement. Puddle Movement then went on to operate the Long Beach Bike Share program, operate the bike station, which is a commuter facility in downtown Long Beach, and various awesome mobility work. One of the programs that we did have a hand in that was CARB affiliated was the Rancho San Pedro Bike Hub. So we got a grant for close to, I think, $150 or maybe $200,000, and we were responsible to put and install a bike hub, e-bike hub specifically, with cargo bikes, 20 e-bikes, and some form of like staffed operation. So we decided to stretch the dollar a little bit more and turn that into an off-grid facility, as opposed to spending all that money to run power to that particular site that was deemed to get demoed in 4 years or so. And then the other program, sorry, I'm getting a little mixed up here. I left Puddle Movement and decided to start a new company called Light Transit, where we're focusing a lot of our attention on hardware. So Light Transit, we design and manufacture e-bikes for commercial use. This includes bike share, this includes businesses, and we work with CARB, People for Mobility Justice, Ride On, and several other community management partners for the South LA e-bike lending library, where this is a program that is mixed up of about 250 e-bikes exclusive to low-income participants in South LA. And Light Transit was selected as the technology provider. So we're responsible to, help do some procurement and provide the connectivity and a little bit of consulting while we work with the rest of the group on program design. So excited to be here, and I'll pass this off to Dylan.
Thanks, John. Hi, everyone. My name is Dylan Fitchpulse. I'm a researcher at the Institute of Transportation Studies at UC Davis. So I'm going to give a researcher lens on e-bikes. I've been studying e-bikes since about 2018 when I can't remember who, but someone from the state legislature wanted to know, hey, Europe's incentivizing these things. Should we be doing the same? And I'm like, oh, well, I don't know. Let's look. And so now we have, I don't know, decades of research, I'd say, from Europe that show that e-bikes are improving travel behavior or improving sustainable travel behavior. And we know in the US that distance and hills and safety are the big barriers for bicycling. So e-bikes help solve some of those. They solve the distance, not entirely, but the distance and the hills, those barriers get reduced quite a bit. We know that for bicycling for transportation, the benefits are really large. That's improved access, but also really the physical activity is the big one. And I think we've seen programs expand in the US rapidly in the past 5 years. And what we know from the various studies on incentive programs is that people that buy the bikes use them. They don't just sit around. And I think that was kind of a fear at first of what if they just buy this thing and then they use it for recreation. They are using them for recreation, but they're also using them for getting to destinations. Most of this research is survey-based, so we're trusting people's responses in their surveys, so there's some limitations there. But we also have measurements from odometer readings and from smartphone travel diaries that are confirming some of the things we're finding in surveys. Sometimes not. We have a lot of survey evidence that people are reducing their driving from e-bikes, and I think that's why there's been such an interest in incentivizing them, more so than conventional bikes. If you look around the recent studies on incentive programs, whether for commuters or for rebates, we see somewhere between about 8 and 20 miles of driving reduced per week for people that get these bikes. So it's pretty substantial. I think that personal e-bikes are important. I think that shared e-bikes, we'll talk about a little bit about the distinction, but I think shared systems only work in dense mixed areas, and in California we have a lot of sprawling land uses where personal ownership or leased models are going to be way more impactful in terms of people's access to destinations and also reducing driving. There are like so many different ways that we can use e-bikes, like lending libraries that were just discussed that reduce the knowledge barrier. They give people experience. We know that experience on an e-bike is like the critical thing. How many of you have ridden an e-bike? How many of you had fun on that e-bike? Yeah. Yeah. So the story that I hear all the time is, I rode an e-bike and it was really fun, and it kind of clicks with people. They don't think like I could use this for anything, but when they have fun on it, it just changes their mindset. So that experience I think is big. We have to figure out how to keep getting people good experiences. We hear a lot in our research, and we've done a lot of research on theft as a big barrier. It's not often discussed, but our research suggests there's 2.5 million bikes stolen in the US each year. That's a lot. That's way more than cars. And we hear from people who own e-bikes that they're worried about theft, and we hear from people who want to buy e-bikes that they're worried about theft. So I think we need to talk about theft. And then, of course, we're going to talk a little bit today, I think, about safety. Research suggests that e-bikes are ridden faster, about 30% when you match age demographics. So we have to talk about that added risk, I think, and how we manage that. And I think we need a lot more research on safety. And then I know last year there was a session on infrastructure, and I think we need to also be talking about infrastructure when we talk about safety. So maybe we'll get into that. And then the last thing, I'll just jump ahead because I know I want to get the discussion moving, but I think it's not just, we're talking about e-bikes, but we have to think about all the things that go together with e-bikes. Like we need to incentivize e-bikes for populations most in need. We need to provide protected infrastructure. We need to traffic calm cars. We need secure parking. We need theft protection. We need all these things to work hand in hand for them to be successful. And then the bigger picture is, they're just a vehicle, and I think a lot of our problems stem from our land use patterns. So, e-bikes aren't going to solve the fact that we're sprawling. So we need to be thinking bigger about, more dense and more mixed use. Okay, I'll leave it there.
All right, thanks. Thanks, both of you. We're going to hand this off to Joey. Joey, can you hear us? Can you hear Joey?
Yes, loud and clear. Are you able to hear me? I'm starting low. Good? Great. Shout out to the AV techs for making it happen. Thank you so much. But yeah, as Deb said, my name is Joey Juhas-Lekomsky. I am the Director of Bike Share Operations at the LEAP Institute, which is the Latino Equity, Advocacy, and Policy Institute, coming to you live and direct from Huron, California in western Fresno County. Next slide. So I'm going to talk to you about our e-bike library, but I'll tell you a little bit about LEAP. We operate primarily in California's Central Valley. We also have programs in the Coachella and Imperial Valleys and on the coast in the Pajaro, Watsonville communities, all of these focusing on working with migrant farm workers in those areas. Next slide. So Green Cruisers is an e-bike lending library for rural communities to gain access to healthy, clean transportation. It's funded by the Clean Mobility Options Voucher Pilot Program. And essentially what we do is offer a bike loan to folks in the community so that they can, yeah, try an e-bike, learn more about riding e-bikes and what that feels like, but also just to get access to that mobility, right? Maybe folks that don't have access to a car, just being able to use a bike to get around, and just kind of what bikes can do as far as more than just recreation. So it's a $20 deposit for a week, but for every mile the person rides, they get $1 back on that deposit. So what that means is if they ride 20 miles in a week, they basically got the bike for free for a week, and they're welcome to renew for another week if there's no waiting list. Next slide. We have several models of e-bikes, just thinking about sort of what the needs are out here in the community. And this is what we're starting with. And of course, we're listening and paying attention to feedback on these bike models. But we sort of have just your standard e-bike step through, as close to one size fits all as can be. We have e-trikes, tricycles, which are really great for folks that kind of don't feel comfortable balancing on a two-wheeled bicycle. And then we have this one over here on the top, maybe it's the top right for you. It's a folding e-bike and it's super light because we do have some residents that live on the second floor of apartments, and we wanted to get something that they could use and, bring into their home, as a lot of apartment complexes won't sadly allow people to leave bikes locked out outside of their houses. So we're really trying to meet as many needs as we can, and would love to hear about other bike models and what their capacities are and how those could be useful. Next slide. Oh, next slide, sorry. And so, yeah, it's opening up access to transportation to a variety of users in Huron that would otherwise have to walk. And walking is great, of course. I'm not saying walking is bad here, but we're talking about, people that have to get across town on perhaps a daily basis, and carry things. It gets hot in the valley, some of you know. And yeah, it takes more time to walk. So these bikes are really, what I've seen so far, are doing a lot for people that just don't have other means of transportation. Transit also in rural communities is a challenge. So the bikes are really giving them that consistent access. Next slide. We're just doing a variety of outreach, of course, a lot of intensive outreach really through community rides, local partnerships, and word of mouth. The folks that are using the bikes are really excited about them, talking them up. I'm realizing we need to incorporate in our training like exactly how the program works so they can describe it. I've had a few people call me up like, where do I get my free bike? But that's okay. Happy to explain how it works. So it's all going really well. Next slide. And there are also not really any bike shops nearby Huron. I think the closest ones are in Fresno, an hour drive away. So really, to fully support this program in the city of Huron, we need to have a place where us as staff can work on bikes, but also the community. If they're going to get really into e-bikes and maybe buy their own, it would be a huge barrier if they had nowhere to take it once it was there. So we will be opening a community-based bike shop, much like the ones you see throughout the state of California and the country and the world, soon. So be on the lookout. And next slide. This is a good quote. Rural care effectiveness hinges on presence and follow through, not just resource availability. And this just speaks to how important it is to really be embedded, to be consistently getting feedback on the program, talking to people through outreach, and so on. And that's it. I look forward to sharing more about the program. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Joey. I really appreciate it. Nick, do you have a question specifically for Joey?
I do.
Should we? Yeah, we're going to try and get you a mic. Hold on just a sec. Joey, we got a question for you. Hold on.
Okay,
then we're going to
cool.
jump into discussion.
Good morning. My name is Nick Hill. I'm with the African American Network of Kern County. And as we all know, Arvin has the worst air quality in the United States. And I was wondering, I was looking here, I was trying to Google it to find out, Arvin does not have a green cruisers program. And I was wondering, how could we get that instituted? Because if anywhere it needs it, I know they have the green commuter, which is an e-vehicle, but they don't have the e-bike program as far as the green cruiser. So how could we get something like that into Arvin?
Good question. I mean, I think I know a lot of communities would love to see something like this happening where they're at. So, well, as I said, this was funded through CARB's Clean Mobility Options Voucher Pilot Program. I'm not aware if there's going to be more windows or renewed funding for that program, but I think as programs like this sort of are built out, there could be a template that could be used to seek when seeking perhaps grant funding, whether it's from the state or from foundations or other funding sources, right? I mean, even like some of these e-bike incentive local programs are coming from tax money, local dollars. So maybe there's something like that in potentially out of Kern County, fingers crossed. But yeah, I don't know if that really answered your question, but that's where I'm at.
Yeah, because I noticed the different areas that you were bringing up, but I didn't see Kern County in it. And like I said, they have the worst air quality in the entire United States. So if anybody should have a program like that, it should be Arvin and Kern County. So that's something that I'll look into when I get back.
Yeah, maybe we can connect later. Be happy to help talk more.
I'm going to pick up on what Joey said. I think and we haven't talked about it at all, but I do think that there are ways to consider some programmatic aspects that are scalable and replicable in places like Arvin. And then there's also the very specific local issue, like what's going to really make that program jump and launch and be successful in your community. But I think that's actually something that could be a wonderful research project, Dylan, and or something that CARB funds is, that kind of creating that template of what could work, and that's then scale and replicable in other places. But tune into the rest of this conversation, because I think it'll help give you some ideas of what should be in your program that's going to happen in Arvin. You'll be here next year going, we launched, we're awesome, right? Okay. I want us to get going, so if you would hold your question, unless it's very specific to this. It's very specific to this? No, okay, so hold on. We've got more conversation to have, and then we're going to open this up for conversation with you all. But let's deepen our discussion a little bit first, and let's talk about ridership. We want to know who's riding these e-bikes. So in Sacramento, we have done a lot of work on e-bike, getting people out and experiencing e-bikes. We have had a program that was not funded by CARB, was funded by SACOG, Sacramento Area Council of Governments, to get people to experience e-bikes. We have a fleet. We've had a lot of people ride e-bikes, and there's been a lot of people that have no car, no transportation, and a lot of seniors that have actually taken on e-bikes. And I talked about that at one of these conventions or conferences a couple of years ago. But now we have more data and more information. So I want to know from you all, who's riding e-bikes?
I don't think we know. There's no census. There's no easy way to know the universe of e-bike riders. We do have information about specific studies of programs, but they're usually targeted. So I think it's something that we need. We need to find a way. It's something that in bicycling research we've always struggled with. It's a lot easier since it's such a rare mode. It's harder to get those people. There have been some studies early on. It's almost 10 years old, by John MacArthur and Chris Cherry, who are like the leading e-bike researchers in the country. But they were looking at early adopters of e-bikes, and I just don't think that tells the right story now. And they're also recruiting people through the manufacturers or the advocacy and the manufacturers, which is going to be mostly people at specialty bike shops, which is just different, especially with the direct-to-consumer market now. So unfortunately, I don't think we really know the universe of who's riding the e-bike. Maybe somebody does. I don't.
How about anecdotally? John, who's coming through your door? Joey, who's coming through your doors?
Yeah, so I kind of group them into two categories. Outside of the clean transit equity space I'm in, we're also very involved in the retail market and things of that nature. And so what we see are two groups, folks who are mainly like recreationally riding is the main one, and then folks who actually need another vehicle to commute with. And the biggest thing that we notice, as we all know, e-bikes are very expensive. And anything that's sub $2,000 is going to have service issues, component issues, and things of that nature. So there is fundamentally a really big barrier for folks who can't afford e-bikes, and how do you get them to get over that barrier. But for the folks who are in our program who have access to these e-bikes, we see everything from getting to work all the way from even now having a form of a vehicle to do Uber Eats or DoorDash and create a job, to get into their doctor's offices, grocery stores. We even have a rider who likes to use the bike to bring their kid to school. So many different use cases for communities who have access to these lending libraries or vouchers. And then the folks who don't have access to these vouchers and are just going to the retail market. One of the things that I read last night preparing for this panel, 50% of the bikes purchased in the US are direct to consumer, which means they're responsible to assemble the bike. And typically when you're doing a direct-to-consumer model, the bike is, they're trying to figure out how to cut costs. So they're going to cut out the bike shop and they're going to go direct-to-consumer, and then that has some issues of its own. But I think to answer your question, Deb, it just depends on, for me, how they get access to that bike will dictate kind of what their use case is.
How about you, Joey? Do you want to weigh in on this at all?
Sure. Just, I would say we have a variety of folks here. I mean, like I said, seniors really love the trikes. And we've had some parents that have gotten some e-bike models so they can take their kids to school. But we also, I want to highlight, we have a handful of folks that are getting out of the system and don't have a car or a driver's license and really need to get around. And that we have a few of those folks that are using our bikes, which I think has really given them a leg up.
I just had the opportunity to be in Belgium and the Netherlands for 3 weeks, which was fantastic. And I was in a town and I counted 150 cargo bikes with moms, with kids, with grandparents, with trees, with groceries, with just about everything in those cargo bikes. So anecdotally, there are a lot of people using them for a lot of different reasons. How's that? Let's move on, though. Here's a hard question, I think, and it is, do we know if people that are in lending libraries or leasing an e-bike, does that lead to ownership or no?
I'll take a stab at this. The direct answer that we all don't want to hear is no. And the reason being is the full program cycle is not fully developed. So what happens if you do a lending library and then that person has to return their vehicle, or they have it for a month or 2 or 3 or 6, then what? So with that lens, if there was other programs to piggyback off of, then I think a lot of folks would choose to then purchase a vehicle and or own it outright. But in regards to lending libraries, that's been the big question right now, is like, well, how do we solve that problem? And so in particular to the program with South LA, LA DOT has implemented a mobility wallet, and they're allowing users to purpose these funds towards a e-bike voucher. So they're attempting to help close that full cycle of like, okay, we're going to give you access to an e-bike. If you're a super user and you really like it, here's, you know, the method to now own it. So that's been kind of what the trends have been showing from that particular program.
Cool. Let's shift and move to safety, because safety is something that we all care about quite a bit, and the news tells us a lot about safety, whether it's correct or not. Dylan, let's start with you with touching back on bicycle infrastructure and its intersectionality with, can hardly say that, with land use and e-bike use.
So I think.
Oh, by the way, Dylan's in Davis.
Yeah, right. I didn't start studying bicycling until I was in Davis, so my perspective is, I've been in a lot of places though and seen bicycling where it's not very safe. I think that for bike infrastructure, so that for many decades, bike advocacy was kind of against safe infrastructure. So we have this weird history where we've overcome it, but the legacy of it is we're still living with it. So the fear, of course, back then was if you relegate bicyclists out of the right-of-way, out of the road, then we won't have a right to use the road. But we've kind of overcome that, but now we have a bunch of 3-foot bike lanes everywhere with 55-mile-an-hour speed limits. You know, not great. I went to school at UC Irvine, and I rode my bike, and I was shocked at how fast the cars were going, like just a foot away from me. In Davis, it's not like that. We have wider bike lanes, buffers, protected lanes, and cars are going reasonable speeds. So I think that in many respects, that is the same for e-bikes. We just need to separate vehicles as much as we can and reduce their speeds. I think the new issue that's emerging is the safety of people riding the e-bikes themselves. And that has to do with the vehicles that are emerging, and it also has to do with the infrastructure. But it's this, at what point do we say this vehicle needs to be in the road with a car versus this vehicle should be in a bike lane with bikes and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah. One of the things we encounter as a bike advocacy organization is that our bike lanes are very narrow, and they're often including the gutter right next to the curb. And so it's a very narrow space for the variety of different vehicles now in the bike lane. An e-bike, a hoverboard, electronic skateboard, a scooter, a person on an analog bike, all managing those different speeds in this very narrow lane, and then there's the speed of, the vehicle lane, traffic. So one of the things I think we need to work on is widening bike lanes and working on that, which is a big ask and a big lift, but something that I think is worthwhile. In terms of safety also, let's shift a little bit about public perception. Anybody want to talk a little bit about safety concerns and what they're experiencing? Joey, what kinds of things do people tell you about safety? And then we're going to ask you, John, the same question.
Yeah, thank you. There's some, kind of general concerns about safety as far as cars and infrastructure. You have a state highway running through the middle of Huron. But interestingly enough, here in rural Huron, there's also a kind of a stray dog issue. And there's a lot of folks that ride bikes that are scared of stray dogs. I know that's not necessarily something we can all advocate out, but that is just another thing that kind of popped up out here that I wasn't expecting. But speaking of to width, we have the e-trikes, which are awesome. I mean, those are people that would not ride a bike are riding the e-trikes, but you think about those, I mean, each wheel would be on the edge of kind of a standard or substandard bike lane. And I know that's not very comfortable for a lot of our riders. So, I will say in Huron, we have a very active mayor who we have, I think, more miles of cycle track, two-way bike lane protected per capita than anywhere else in the state, which people seem to appreciate.
Yeah, that's great. John, you want to add?
Yeah. In the South LA program, I know that the program administrators, community management partners, and in particular, People for Mobility Justice, they designed a very robust training curriculum program that does a couple of things. One, it makes sure that the folks who are who want access to these e-bikes are actually going to utilize them, and they have to spend a little bit of time going through this program to gain access. So that helps with the bikes being returned. That helps with, you know, vetting out folks who are more serious than not. And then the other part, what that training curriculum does is it teaches people how to use the e-bike. It teaches them how to effectively ride the bike, helmet, bike lane safety. And so because a lot of the training and curriculum is up front, I think that program is successful at lowering that safety barrier in regards to the user. And one thing to note, as we all know, every single community is different. We don't have a stray dog problem in Long Beach. We do have high fatality, traffic collisions, but our problems are also different than South LA, even though South LA is, technically in our backyard. So if folks are designing these programs, our fundamental rule is you really have to get local community management partners involved. So they are the ones who are on the ground, who are listening to the community, who understands the roadblocks to help mitigate those. So I think the South LA program does a great job of reducing that safety barrier. Outside of that, I know that they do not allow any type of throttle in these programs when they look at procurement. Throttles are, I have mixed feelings on them for sure. maybe we'll go there, maybe we won't. But it does help have a little bit more control over the bike. There's things where, manufacturers can actually limit the speed of these vehicles too. So you can reduce that speed instead of it going 20 plus miles per hour. So yeah, those are some things that we're seeing.
Right. Dylan, anything you want to add on that? I'm going to tell a quick story. I was doing a May Bike Month activity on Saturday, and a young gentleman who is not quite 13 came up on his analog bike, and he's like, I want to learn how to do a wheelie, and I want to turn my bike into an e-bike. What do I do? And I was like, well, okay, let's tackle the wheelie thing easier. So I talked a little bit about that, and then we separated, and he's like, well, how about moving this bike to an e-bike? I really want to buy one. They're about $200 at Walmart. Do you think I should just save up and get this $200 bike at Walmart? And I was like, absolutely not. And was looking right at the adult who was with him. Like, no, please do not do that. There is no doubt about it that the quality of bikes in some of our what we call big box stores is not the same kind of quality that you're going to get through either a reputable online retailer, which there are some out there that we're starting to work with, versus concept stores, a Trek store or a Specialized store or like Mike's Bikes. They know their stuff. They have paid attention to UL certification for batteries, et cetera. So there are very young people out there who want an e-bike. Their friends have got them, et cetera. And my final was a little bit of tough love with him. I'm like, you end up on an e-bike before you're of age. You could burn your parents' house down from faulty, not great batteries. Do you want that? I mean, I was totally talking to him about it, or these inexpensive bikes are actually against the law for you to be riding. So do you want your family members to be hit with huge fines and or some kind of legal proceeding? So all this to say is, it's kind of, his eyes got really wide, and he said, I think I'll stick to learning wheelies on this bike that I've got, which was a great Specialized rock hopper, not a problem on that bike. Anyway, all this to say is back to this Wild West of legislation and where we're going, and there's a lot of interest, and there's a lot of misinformation out there. Can any of you guys speak to that difference between e-bikes and e-motos and what we should be thinking about from our local communities up to the State House along that line? The difference, what should we do?
Well, I think we should bring back this discussion of throttles because I think it's very contentious.
Go for it.
But important. Throttles just change a bike. They make it closer to a motorcycle. So I think we should have a hard conversation about how Class 2 works. I know there are bills in there that don't want it, but I think there's the speed capping and then there's the throttling, and I think my personal thinking is a throttle can be really helpful for moving a cargo bike, for accelerating quickly when you need it, but maybe not as important when you're at speed. And so I think, but the distinction between, I mean, we have very clear laws. It's just that the vehicles that are getting manufactured are skirting the law very easily. So, and it's really hard to regulate. So those are my quick thoughts on e-motos.
This kid I was just telling you about told me, yeah, on an online Google video, my friends learned how to cut the wire, which was very simple. Open up some space underneath the saddle and cut the wire, and then the 20-mile-an-hour limiter was gone, and they could now ride 30, 40, plus miles an hour on an e-device, which is a safety issue.
And very illegal.
And very illegal, yeah.
Joey, do you want to talk to this before I hop in?
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all getting turns to participate. So I actually like throttles. I think throttles are important, right? We are in a clean transit equity space, so we should not be zeroing out any clean transit options. I think for me, and some stuff that I've heard, throttles are just another way to get around, right? So like for folks who don't want to arrive to work either sweaty or just like exercising, they can take a bike that has a throttle. So I do think that they have their fit. I do think that we should not exile it out by any means, but maybe reclassify it or categorize it. But for me, there's days where even I'm on my e-bike, I'm like, oh man, I really just don't want to ride to work, so, but I would take a scooter, right? A little sit-down scooter that we have, and that's almost the same thing, right? It's a throttle-based transit option. So I do think, again, they have their fit. In relations to the e-bike industry, typically vehicles that have a throttle can only be paired with a hub motor, and typically hub motor vehicles are less expensive than a mid-motor vehicle. So that's just some insight there. So if folks don't want to have a throttle bike, or if we just eliminate that category completely or have to reclassify it, then we also remove sub $2,000 bikes from the market, which I don't think is a good move.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead, Joey. Jump
Sorry.
in.
Yeah, I mean, part of me looks at this whole thing, and I always just would like to avoid anything that's punitive, of course. I think that's kind of a knee-jerk sometimes that requires more thought. And to that, it's, I grew up skateboarding as a kid, and I'm surprised, they passed laws banning skateboarding all over the place, getting kicked out of places, whatever. And I just think it's good to ask ourselves, like, well, we want fewer cars on the road. That makes the road safer for everyone, but not like that, like not these vehicles. And we want kids to, be out there in the world, be independent, get off their screens, but not like this, and I think that maybe that's another conversation, but those are the things that I'm kind of holding as I navigate this. And the other thing I'll just say is, I mean, just from here, I just have a lot of really great stories of people using e-bikes, um, real e-bikes, and I think we should be better about making that distinction. That lifting those up, I think, when we're talking about this legislation, just saying, well, look at the power of these things. There's someone in Huron that can't use his left arm or leg, and he kind of can only use the throttle to get around. But having that access to the whole town now has really changed his life. So just another thing there.
That's great. Switching gears, let's talk a little bit about the market. Tariffs have been an issue, as has, there is an e-bike boom out there. If you haven't noticed, it is the fastest growing segment of the bicycle industry. And I was also doing a little bit of homework and got 63% of total bike sales, which is significant, especially in California, are e-bikes. But we also have tariffs and things that are happening at the federal level and how that's trickling down and impacting us here. Anybody want to talk about tariffs from their perspective? Are you guys having issues with tariffs?
Yeah, as a manufacturer, we are directly impacted by tariffs. But interesting enough, and we can go on about this, we'll keep it to a minute. Interesting enough, during COVID, right, there was the big boom. So every bike manufacturer doubled down on their inventory levels. And what ended up happening is the demand was very, 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 very high. And then all of a sudden, supply was higher. So there was a big issue with major surplus inventory across the US or the whole world of e-bikes. So there was a problem with bike brands trying to get rid of that inventory. And so the actual bike manufacturing space has been in a little bit of turmoil the last several years from surplus inventory, and brands were not developing anymore and just trying to get through that. And so everyone's like, oh my God, I hope we can, get through this hump. And then last year is, when Trump passed the tariffs. And so then now the e-bike industry and the whole bike industry was in another round of turmoil. So for us, we've been in turmoil the last 4 years. So tariffs have impacted, but luckily because of the supply being so high, it hasn't trickled down to the users yet, or the buyers. But that inventory levels are depleting, and now we're getting back into what does it look like to now produce new bikes and get them over to the US. Interesting enough, what we see is the number of exports are down coming from Taiwan, but the unit price point is up. So what that shows us are people are buying, more higher quality e-bikes. So we'll see what happens with the tariff. I know all the bike brands their whole bread and butter is diversifying their supply chain. So they're looking at how to manufacture elsewhere, which is a hot topic.
Joey, have you experienced any of that with your bikes in terms of purchasing bikes?
No, but honestly, with the laws too, I'm thinking about scooping up a few bikes now while I still can. We'll see.
Yeah, right on. Well, I do know that manufacturers that are under Chinese tariffs are trying to redistribute and have part of their supply chain supplied by Vietnam, Cambodia, Taiwan, other places where tariffs aren't in existence. That's probably what you're talking about. And that the average price of e-bikes has gone up, which makes it harder to do an incentive program to get a quality bike into the hands of people that need it, because now you're getting pinched with just the price tag of bikes. Okay, our final round of questions, then we're going to get to all of yours, and that's about e-bike legislation. As I said earlier, it's the Wild West. There are a lot of different bills that are out there, and one that is coming back to throttles and limiting power is AB 1557, which would limit e-bike power to a 250-watt battery and a 16-mile-an-hour top speed. What do you think? Yes? No?
Well, I think it's more in line with Europe than what we've done in the past, which there are pros to that, but there are also cons. I think I think that I'm not against throttles, but I think we just need to think a little bit better about how they play in, what the regulations are for the use of them. I do worry also about the point that John just made, which is that there are the bikes that are available for the people that need them tend to be lower cost and they have throttles. So I think we should not just think of safety. Safety should be important, but there are all these other aspects that need to be considered. So I'll keep it at that.
I'll just add a quick note. There's things like we have to think about if we do remove throttles, right? The bike manufacturers can still deliver a bike with a hub motor with pedal assist programmed into the bike itself. But that manufacturer is going to have that same e-bike controller. So what's stopping someone from ordering that cable from Alibaba and then, putting it into the controller and wiring a new throttle, right? Like, we'll probably see a lot of that stuff too. Similar to Dylan's point, I do think we need to just kind of like look at the whole entire picture and not just make a impulsive decision based off of, just media too, right? I think there's a lot of that, but I think that even with the parent who has been prosecuted for, their son killing someone, right? Like, I think that's going to do a ripple effect across our communities because now parents will be like, dude, like, So I think things like that will help kind of steer the conversation towards safety.
To things like the New Jersey legislation that now requires registration, insurance, and, basically a driver's license for a bike. Does that help or get in the way?
Well, that clearly slows down e-bike adoption. So it gets in the way in a major way, I think. We have that for e-scooters. You have to have a driver's license to ride an e-scooter. Doesn't really get in the way now, does it? I don't know how many of you have been near a high school or a college campus. There are plenty of non-driver's licensed younger people riding e-scooters. But I think that New Jersey, it was super reactive, and we have to be careful not to remove what I think is one of the best sustainable modes available right now.
I agree. I think it's also one of the last affordable ones in the state of California.
I'll quickly add something here. Definitely, we do not want to do that. The moment we require driver's license, registration, and insurance, that's another means for our communities to get stopped and frisked. So we're opposed to that entirely. We don't need more money to go to our insurance companies. We've already been up 20% on our premium. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, let's open it up to the floor. Who's got questions and who will run a mic to them so we can hear them? We'll start here and we'll work our way over to you guys.
Okay, I had a couple of questions. So the first one is, it's John. What platform does your program provide? Kind of a unique platform, or does it use another platform?
In terms of like software?
Yes.
Yeah, great question. So when we initially were procuring our technology for the South LA e-bike lending library, we we wanted to have an app where users can interact with it. They can check out a bike, similar to your regular public-facing bike share programs. But then we quickly found out that connectivity became a huge issue because these bikes and this technology is typically deployed for public-facing bike share, which is in the public right-of-way. So, they have access to the SIM card. There's a SIM card on every single bike. They have access to the satellite with, with the clear sky. The moment folks bring the bikes into their garage, their basement, upstairs, whatever, you can lose connectivity. So then in that instance, the users weren't allowed to unlock the vehicle. So then we would have users locked out. So we came to the conclusion that a lot of the software that's on the market is overbuilt for what we need. Mm-hmm. And so what we ended up doing was just, instead of trying to track things from a user, we track things from the bike itself. And so we installed an IoT tracker, Internet of Things tracker, There's many of them on the market. And we connected that to the e-bike so it can have power and be charged. And then we created firmware to extend that IoT tracking device battery life upwards of a month.
Okay.
If the users ride that bike, it recharges the tracker. And so in that instance, the user does not have to have any type of technology involved to rent that bike, which is, we found, preferred. And instead, we have a fleet management software that we have and we created to help the CMPs, community management partners, manage the program.
Okay, and I just had one other question. So Deb, you mentioned that, theft was still an issue, which I always thought it was. But I spoke to someone recently at the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce, and their bike loan program, I was told, did not have a problem with theft because the only real value was in the copper. I don't know, Dylan, do you know more about that? Or, I mean, they have it at the Fresno State? It's used well there.
Yeah, no, I don't know about specific programs. I just know that when we survey people, they're concerned.
Okay.
And usually that's personally owned vehicles that I'm talking about, not fleet vehicles.
Okay.
We definitely had theft issues in our program. Yeah, I think it depends on each community and the differences there. I would love to work in Fresno. It sounds like, but we do offer locks and things of that nature to the user to lock the bike and teach them how to do it.
Okay.
And then if the program administrators wanted to track down lost assets, they do have the ability to do that. But that's another operational conversation.
Okay, and then just one quick little comment. So I am involved in an evaluation of the LA Mobility Wallet, which really quickly for this phase, they gave $1,800 upfront. People can use a debit card to buy any kind of clean transportation service, and 20% used the money to buy an electric bike. So, and this is a program
That's
for
awesome.
very low income people. Most of them are extremely low income. Okay.
Get to all the questions, I think. We're going to try.
Awesome. Kendra from CalBike. Okay, I'll try to make this short. Dylan, I know you have a study coming out about the efficacy of the e-bike incentive program.
I'm analyzing the user behavior change. Right. So I'm not evaluating the program.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The user behavior change, which is helpful when folks want to argue for more money for incentive programs, which we've been hearing about how great they are for increasing ridership, increasing adoption, because a lot of us were very sad when the money went away from that program, which we were all very excited to have. And so my question is sort of two-phased, because there was kind of a lack of information about why the program lost its money, et cetera, to the extent that I heard a legislator who was supportive of the program telling a group of local elected officials, oh, that program was a failure. No one rode the bikes.
That's wrong.
It is wrong. And it was someone who is sponsoring a bill that I'm running and supports e-bikes. And so, like, when's the study coming out?
It's coming out
How's
soon.
it being publicized, and how can we help?
There literally are models being run on my computer as I'm sitting here. There's lots of streams of data. I think we have smartphone travel diary data, we have before and after survey data, we have self-reported change data, and we have trip level self-reported mode substitution data. They all tell a little bit of a different story, so I'm trying to figure out what it all means. But the preliminary look of the data suggests the programs that we've seen reports on, like in British Columbia, like results are similar. So if you look at those results, it's substantial. It's 10 to 20 miles of car use reduction per week. And I think that with the smartphone travel diaries, that it might kind of scale that back a little bit. It could be a little less, but the bikes are definitely getting used. They're definitely reducing car use, and it's coming soon.
It just killed me when I heard her say that because I'm like, no, that's not why the money.
Right. No, it's not because people aren't using the bikes, right?
Rob Youngren with Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates. Joey, I want to thank you for your comments about throttles. I think it's important to view them through an accessibility lens. We've gotten testimonials from users trying to manage chronic health conditions that having a throttle on their bike makes it possible for them to ride when they thought it was no longer possible. So thank you for that. My question, though, about the bike share program you're running, when CARB's funding runs out for that program, what are your options for continuing this program?
That's an excellent question. Options are other sources of funding, doing our best to try to find grants or whether they're government or foundation grants. The program itself is never going to make money or pay for itself, and that's not our intention, right? Like, we're not going to charge $200 to rent an e-bike for a week, because then someone would have to ride 200 miles and they couldn't do anything else to get the bike for free. But you see what I'm saying? Like, that takes the accessibility component right away from it. And I think that's true of a lot of these programs that are, equity-based mobility programs. So as far as sustaining it, it's finding other sources of income, and yeah, just figuring it out. The shop could maybe help in some ways. I think that could be a big component as far as bringing in some income through other programs and sources, but we'll see. I mean, I will say, the big capital expense was the bikes themselves, and that's been paid for. So now it's just kind of going to be operating the thing. But that's what we're working on figuring it out. And when I know, I'll let you know.
I'll add to that really quickly. There was a comment, Deb, you asked the question, does some of these programs, transfer over to adoption? And my answer was no. But if they had the resources and everything, then yes, right? And so to work that I'm doing, and South LA's doing, and Joey's doing, like, please don't stop. Don't be discouraged because we haven't figured out the full life cycle. I think it's important to continue these programs because most importantly, it's going to just keep the conversation going. It's going to get more people talking about it. And if there are a lot more people talking about it and requesting funding from CARB towards these kinds of programs, then we will absolutely figure out how to complete that entire cycle. I know South LA is in these conversations right now. They got funding from TCC as well. So that is the next big hump to figure out, but I just don't want anyone to be discouraged by that because it's at least we're getting folks on bikes, exposure is good, and then hopefully we can advocate for, ownership.
Yes.
Hi. Oh, hi. I'm Esther with Comité Cívico del Valle. Who's riding the bikes? I live in Imperial County, very far from here, very hot. We're probably the second, the hottest in the state. 120 weather for 4 months in the summers. But we had someone who actually received an e-bike, but she bought a three-wheel bike. She loved it. She visits our offices and does the Cafecito por Salud, so we see her every Thursday, and it's amazing. Awareness and education, I think, is just vital. I actually was on the plane, and I saw something online on a mother that's being now tried for because her son hit someone driving an e-bike. I actually thought it was from Imperial County. We had a horrible loss of a 14-year-old boy driving an e-bike. He died, actually at my son's school, my 13-year-old. So they're amazing, they're great. I actually drove one myself out in a conference up in the Bay Area. And so I think it's just really informing the community and the kids. We have a huge issue in Imperial County with kids driving e-bikes to school, out in the fields, out in the farms. There's a beautiful bike lanes now in the valley, beautiful bike lanes, and they're not using them. They're driving 5, 7 kids at a time, and it's gotten pretty dangerous. I think it's just awareness and education, providing information to the schools. We visit the schools on a weekly basis. We have other programs, and I know that a lot of community-based organizations do as well. So I think just getting the word out, but thank you.
I also think education, absolutely, but education is a slow process, but definitely needed. And one of the things we've talked about a lot, and we talked about it at the CalBike Summit, which was just last week, 2 weeks ago, was helping to educate your media people. So that's something that advocates can also do to help separate out the noise and the misinformation, because a lot of people listen to media, and so we might as well work on getting media right, and our messaging right. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. This has been so informative. And my name is Emily Gomez. I work with a nonprofit, Ecology Action, based in Santa Cruz. And we are just awarded a planning grant to site out a series of bike lending libraries throughout Monterey County. And my question is, one of our components that we'll be looking at is integrating workforce development into the bike lending libraries. And I'm just wondering for Joey or John specifically, if you have experience with integrating workforce development or job training into your bike lending libraries, if you have successes, lessons learned to share. Thank you.
Awesome question. Not directly with e-bike lending libraries and workforce programs. When I was in my days at Pedal Movement, we did do a bicycle industry workforce program with the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator that ran folks through the whole gamut of bike share. So from customer service, operations, field, warehouse, marketing, and that was a pretty successful thing. But to talk to e-bike lending libraries, there's, I think, numerous opportunities, right? Thinking about it from, well, once you get the bike from, overseas, who's going to assemble that bike, right? You got to take it out of the box, you got to assemble it, right? There's that. What about maintaining the vehicle once the bikes need to be maintained? So I do think there's tremendous opportunity to curate a program like that that would be very successful. But as of right now, I don't have the two direct correlated, but I highly encourage you to continue down that path and get some funding, because then now we'll have workforce development, we'll have e-bike lending libraries, and then ownership.
Joy, do you want to jump in on that at all?
Just real quick, yeah, that's the goal for the shop here in Huron, is to be kind of a home base for a lot of workforce development around the lending library.
All right, I think we have time for one last question. Sue, talk to us.
So I support all bicycles, all kinds of bicycling. I'm curious with the lending libraries. No one's mentioned collisions and fatalities, and I'm curious if there have been more problems with lending libraries because they're new riders, and if you've been able to use that those collisions to improve your infrastructure in your communities.
Well, I hope we haven't yet, and I hope it doesn't come to that. And that's, an impetus for advocacy around improving infrastructure. I think where we can start from now is just the fact that we have folks out on bikes and they're seeing new things. They're people that haven't ridden bikes in this community probably in 40 years. And so it's a lot different. And so when we talk to them about their experiences, they're bringing up new things, specifically about where they don't feel safe. And so being able to lift those up as just real stories is pretty powerful. So.
All right, we are just about out of time. I'm going to ask each of the presenters to do one more thing. Lucinda, who kicked us off this morning with her keynote address, talked about how she's hopeful. So I'm going to ask all of you guys, you're in the space, what are you hopeful about around e-bikes in California? Who wants to go first?
I do. I want to go first. And I think it has to do with the kids on e-bikes because there's a lot of fear and concern, and it's just. But I also am so hopeful. I see these kids having fun on a bike again, and it just makes me think we could have a wave of people who see the bike as a mode of travel. And so that gives me a lot of hope.
I think we'll go technical here. I think my big wish in the e-bike industry is to see more high quality, affordable options, because I think that's a huge barrier right now. And then my second wish, I know I only have one, but the second wish would be to help craft the idea of just clean transit. And for me, when I started cycling, I was totally anti-e-bikes. I'm like, I want my exercise, hardcore, blah, blah, blah. And then one day I was like, whoa, I can use this as a means of just transit. Like, it was mind-blowing when I had that, thought. So those are my two wishes.
I hope that Arvin gets an e-bike lending library because, when they get one and more places get one, it's something that could really take off in small communities, especially in the Central Valley. So
Right on.
that's my.
Do you have a hope? Let's start with the hope because we don't have time really for comments.
Well, the only comment I was going to say too is like, who gets the e-bikes? Because we help with the California E-Bikes Incentive Project through Access Clean California, and Girl Alternatives helping hundreds and hundreds of people coming through our CBOs and cold leads as well, who continue to ask when it's coming back, right? So who writes them? The lowest of the lowest income, 200 to 125 FPL, seniors, disabled, low income, unhoused. And I also agree that educating clients is key. Yes, it takes time, but you can just do like tip sheets, telling them about insure your bike against theft.
Tell us your hope. What is your hope?
That there's more funding for e-bikes.
There you go.
soon.
Awesome.
Statewide.
And on that, we will wrap this up. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Joey, thank you. John, Dylan, you guys are rock stars. Here's my hope, and that is that CARB listens, and then actually that the state listens, because e-bikes absolutely bring joy. They make a big difference, and I hope that they're not going away. So thank you. With that, I think it's time for lunch.
Delivers real benefits for workers and communities. Here's today's agenda. First, I'm going to give a brief overview of California climate investments and how it connects to ZEV workforce issues. Next, I'll walk through some background on the ZEV workforce landscape, including the supply and demand framework and the ecosystem of partners involved in training and job quality. After those overviews, we'll hear from our three grantee speakers, Blaine Torpy, Sandy Pabin, and Martin Barrera, who will share insights on their organizations, their grant-funded projects, and the promising practices that they're seeing in the ZEV workforce space. We'll wrap up with time for questions, so please hold your questions until all three presentations are finished. By the end of today's session, we hope that you'll come away with a clearer picture of the workforce efforts underway, supported by California Climate Investments, and what ZEV workforce programs look like on the ground. Building awareness and sharing knowledge is essential as we work together to support California's workers in the transition to a zero-emission economy. There we go. So what is California Climate Investments? California Climate Investments is the statewide portfolio of programs funded by the Cap and Invest program. These programs span virtually every sector of the economy. Many of them connect directly to the transition to clean transportation, including programs in energy, transportation, planning and research, and of course, workforce development. This slide gives a high-level look at how funding moves from the Cap and Invest program to on-the-ground projects. California's Cap and Invest system generates proceeds through quarterly auctions The state's share of those proceeds is deposited into the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, or GGRF for short. Through the annual budget process, the legislature and administration work together to appropriate funding to those programs, which then result in projects on the ground. All of this, the program development, the project funding, implementation, is what we collectively refer to as California Climate Investments. Today, more than 120 programs across the state are supported through this funding, each working to cut emissions and deliver benefits to California's communities. So there are 27 state agencies that administer California Climate Investments. Each agency focuses on a particular sector or a set of project types that align with the agency's mission. Several of these agencies fund projects in the clean transportation space and support ZEV workforce training. We here at CARB also work closely with all our agency partners to elevate job quality in California Climate Investments programs through workforce standards and policies in a variety of sectors. Today, we're featuring 3 grantee speakers who have received funding from California Climate Investments. In particular, programs administered by CARB, the California Energy Commission, and the California Workforce Development Board. Let's see here. Here we go. So zooming out from California Climate Investments, I'm now going to provide some background on the ZEV workforce landscape. This slide summarizes some of the high-level impacts that are currently being experienced across ZEV-related industries. There are shifts in automotive manufacturing jobs as production moves from internal combustion engines to electric, reducing traditional engine and transmission-related roles. There's growth in jobs associated with battery manufacturing and advanced materials, and expansion of jobs in charging infrastructure and deployment. There are increasing workforce needs in battery recycling, repurposing, and materials recovery. Overall, there's a growing need for large-scale workforce retraining and upskilling to support new technologies, safety requirements, and maintenance practices for zero-emission vehicles. These shifts in the workforce have local and regional variances across the state. So workforce supply and demand are 2 essential pieces of the equation. On the supply side, California's workforce training ecosystem, our community colleges, our regional occupation programs, our nonprofit training providers, and others, builds the talent pipeline for ZEV occupations. These systems expand outreach and access for priority populations, helping to ensure a broad and diverse pool of job-ready workers. On the demand side, ZEV deployment programs create the sustained job demand needed to keep that pipeline moving. These programs can also help ensure those jobs are high quality by incorporating workforce standards. High quality jobs provide stability, good wages, clear career ladders, and safe working conditions. Both sides of the equation matter. Workforce supply without job demand leaves trained workers without pathways. Aligning supply and demand is what makes the ZEV transition economically strong, equitable, and scalable. So California's workforce ecosystem provides a strong foundation for scaling the workforce needed for zero-emission vehicle manufacturing, maintenance, and infrastructure deployment. The Labor and Workforce Development Agency helps guide statewide strategy, while state agencies implement both ZEV deployment programs and ZEV workforce training programs. At the local level, workforce development boards and America's job centers connect workers to ZEV training opportunities and to employers who need skilled labor. Community colleges and regional occupation programs provide hands-on technical education in EV systems, electrical fundamentals, and advanced manufacturing, core skills for many ZEV occupations. Nonprofit and community-based training providers expand outreach and access for priority populations, helping to ensure that workers who have historically been left out of these industries can participate in the transition. Pre-apprenticeship programs create structured entry points into the trades, leading to registered apprenticeships that support long-term careers in electrical work, charging infrastructure installation, utility grid upgrades, and other ZEV critical occupations. So with that out of the way, I'm really excited to turn it over to our grantee speakers. Today we're joined by Blaine Torpy, Sandy Pabin, and Martine Barrera. As I mentioned earlier, their organizations have received funding from programs administered by CARB, the California Energy Commission, and the California Workforce Development Board. Blaine here is the superintendent of the Eden Area Regional Occupational Program. Sandy is the founder of the Green Economy Lab, and Martine is a senior organizer at Jobs to Move America. Our first two speakers, Blaine and Sandy, will speak to the workforce supply side of the equation and share insights from their workforce training programs. Martine will then cover the workforce demand side and discuss community benefits agreements as a tool for strengthening job quality. Each speaker will present for about 10 to 15 minutes. We'll hold Q&A after all three presentations have finished. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to you, Blaine.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Blaine Torpy. I'm the superintendent of the Eden Area Regional Occupational Program. How many people know what an ROP is? Show of hands. Got 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So that's my job, let you know what an ROP is. A regional occupational program does career technical education and hands-on training for high school students, but we also serve adults. It's really my privilege to be here. There we go. To be here presenting to CARB. We were awarded a $1.4 million grant through California Climate Investments to start a zero-emission vehicle training program for high school students. And it was a real gift because 45% of our budget is grant funded. So being able to start a new pathway like this with all of the infrastructure costs would be almost impossible to do on our own. So being able to do this really changed the landscape for our students. We really are centered in our core values about equity, accessibility, professionalism, student outcomes, and restorative practices. So our students face incredible barriers. We're located in mid-Alameda County, including Hayward Unified School District, San Leandro, San Lorenzo, and Castro Valley Unified School Districts. A Joint Powers Authority regional occupational program is what we are. We were created 50 years ago by these 4 school districts. We are the coordinating regional body with our school districts, our community college partner, industry partners, community-based organizations, government agencies, you name it, we put the dots together. We provide the career technical education for high school students and adults. The courses in the high school are A through G, so they're college prep. We offer early college credit in 95% of our classes, and many of our year 2 courses are honors designation, which speaks to the rigor. We provide work-based learning, industry certifications, and many opportunities for students to really show what they can do, what they know, and how they can be successful. Career technical education integrates academic knowledge with technical and occupational skills. And really what we do is we provide pathways for students to find what they're passionate about and move forward with that. Our high school programs, we serve about 1,400 students directly with direct instruction. We provide support for about 6,000 students in these 4 school districts. 51% of our students are first generation, 24% are English learners, and about 55% of our students are experiencing poverty. So they don't have a lot of resources, and we're there to give it to them. Adult programs, adults from anywhere, any geographic location are welcome to enroll. In 2024, we served about 3,000 students, and we have dental assisting, medical assisting, electrical training for beginners and for continuing education, welding, cybersecurity, and direct service providers, and those are for people that are going to be working in care facilities. A little bit about our team on this zero-emission vehicle training, technology training program. Our instructor, Mark Anthony Villanueva, had extensive auto tech knowledge, but also had a lot of experience in the zero-emission vehicle field, taught in Japan for 10 years, and also came to us with an incredible passion for anything related to zero emission, which is important because when I start to talk about the curriculum, that was a big component. Like, how do we prepare students for jobs that may not exist yet? Hatch, if I give a quick shout out to Troy Alvarez, thank you so much for being here from Hatch. Matt Post is the Sustainable Fleet Specialist in Hatch's bus and zero emission practice. He found the RFA from CARB and came searching in the Bay Area for a partner. Chabot Community College, who we have about 20 different initiatives working with them, they said, we don't really have this kind of program, we don't have the space, but go talk to ROP. And so that's how we got hooked up with Hatch. And then Hatch also had a connection with AC Transit. So the Alameda Contra Costa Transit Agency is California's largest bus-only transit agency, the third largest in the United States, and the nation's leader in zero-emission busing. Over 6.5 million zero-emission miles to date. So they are they inform the manufacturers. They're the leader, and they graciously stepped in and with we didn't have to do anything but ask, and they sat with us through the application process and through the curriculum development process. And the California Air Resources Board, thank you so much for letting me be here and being part of this. I want to give a giant shout out to Specialist Danny Liu from the Mobile Services Division, Mobile Source Control Division. His hands are sore from the amount of hand holding that he had to do over the last 2 years. So I hope you have him on ice, Danny. Thank you for being here. So a little bit about the timeline. So in September 2023, Chabot refers Hatch to us. We went through the application process. We were preliminarily awarded in 2024. By late June 2024, we had the contract fully executed and started work in July 2024 by hiring our instructor. The first year was really just the crazy process of developing the curriculum. So there's a lot of automotive programs in the state, both in the college and high schools, that are embedding zero-emission units and bringing it in. But there was no program we could find that was anything like what we were trying to design. We were trying to design a program for high school students to get ready for a career in zero emission, which includes, and forgive me, I'm not a tech guy. So, if you're like, he doesn't know anything, I don't. But, thinking about hydrogen production, electric battery vehicles, we really wanted them to have all of that. There was a curriculum that existed that introduced electric vehicles or, talked about hybrid, but really nothing that we were trying to design. So 24-25, that was our academic school year of preparation. We had our first pilot class that started this year in 25-26. We've got 16 students. They're juniors and seniors, and they are in the program right now. They just wrapped up their high voltage unit, which also to me is incredibly frightening, but the kids are brave. And so now we're going into 26-27, where we're recruiting our second cohort of students, and they will be in the same class and running concurrently with the students that were in there this year. And we will be implementing the year 2 curriculum next school year. So a little bit about the curriculum. Safety is huge, right? We have, shops all over our campus with, welding, sparks flying. Like, it's really crazy. I get frightened when I go in there. But so safety is huge. All of our courses we do, the first 6 weeks is all about safety. And then we spiral back through safety throughout the curriculum. We're looking at electric high voltage systems, hydrogen and hydrogen systems, energy production. There's actually a lot of theory involved. And so a lot of the students that come to us are not successful in their comprehensive high school, and they're not really tied into what they're learning. And one of the benefits of career technical education is the relevance, right? So we have students that didn't pay any attention and didn't care about chemistry, but when they see this high voltage table and they have to understand the periodic table before they're allowed to touch it, we had students that were engaging in the periodic table and loving it, building electrical circuits, incredibly creative things that they were doing. So, it's very, very powerful. So the curriculum development started with this map, and you can't read it, so I'm sorry about that. Nor could I, but it was, it started in the center. We're going to come up with 2 years, and what do we need to touch on? So we were looking at different textbooks and drawing on so many different materials, and thankfully we had a ton of experts in the room. I mean, not a ton. It was basically Hatch, AC Transit, and the instructor, and me, and it wasn't any help. But really mapped it out. And so this portion took a good 6 months to figure out what do we want to teach and how are we going to tie it together. The picture, and I don't know which side it's on for you, maybe your right side, well actually your left, but that looks like my grandfather's old garage. So that was the shop that we needed to get fixed up for this course. It was between 2 operating auto shops, and it had been the repository of everybody's old cars and stuff. Had been a lift where they had cut it off and capped it, so there was oil underground that we had to deal with. And again, this is where we would not have been able to do this by ourselves, to be able to provide this opportunity for students. So this is the before car picture, BC. We installed an EV charging station, resealed the shop floors, electrical service upgrade. So the panel was fine, but we had to get it up to date. Hydrogen tank safety cages. We had to do new roll-up doors, and the lift, LED lights. So we had to do a lot of work on the facilities. And if anyone's ever experienced school construction, I mean, think about construction at your house. It's like 10 times more challenging when you're doing it at a school. So the timing was a great challenge. This is after CARB. So, we have an EV lift and a table to drop the batteries, the charging station. And one thing I also want to say when we consider equity is think about the place where you went to school and what it looked like. And what was the message that you received when you walked into that space? If it was shiny and beautiful and had everything you needed, that sent a message to you. If it was dumpy, that also sent a message to you. And so that's one of the beautiful gifts that CARB was able to give to us with this award, was able to provide this for our students to know that they matter so much that we're going to give them the state-of-the-art equipment. And it was very, very critical. Speaking of equipment, we were able to purchase a Mirai, Toyota Mirai, and a Nissan Leaf. We had the lifts. There's these really fancy electric go-karts that the students built. And then the table there is one of the neatest things. So it's basically a high voltage electric vehicle on a table. Got it. Materials, a lot of little things, right? So a lot of labs for students to understand how to develop hydrogen, basically create hydrogen. They were doing conversions of bicycles into e-bikes, and lots of great things. So this year we started our pilot class with 16 students, and now we're going through the recruitment process for next year, where we're trying to get students to sign up for the course. Our prospective workforce development partners, First Element Fuel, they do hydrogen filling stations. So we had students do a field trip there. They came and spoke to the class. We're working on building a partnership with Mainspring Energy, who does alternative fuel generators. And this is where an electrochemistry foundry, which does, actually just received a giant grant to build a facility in Hayward for people to workshop different battery structures. And this is where the ZEV technology is like, right now, it's like the focus is on automotive. But the idea is that they'll take that skills and knowledge, and they might not decide to go into the automotive field. They might go into battery production. So we're really trying to have them have a very broad landscape of knowledge that they can apply to wherever they're most interested. Rivian, Tesla, we're working with the California Transit Works Education Caucus. And AC Transit, again, has been an incredible partner. In fact, when I talk a little bit about the challenges, I'll say more about them. And there they are. CARB and TK-12. So transitional kindergarten to 12th grade is TK-12, Unified School Districts. I don't think CARB had ever really worked with a school district like us, and we certainly hadn't worked with CARB before. And so there was a lot of getting to know you and how do the systems communicate to one another. There was a lot of underestimating of timelines on our part about what it would take to develop 2 years worth of curriculum to get through the facilities process. It was a very short timeline on the grant. And a particular challenge is the post-secondary option. So for example, for a student to go from our program and work in AC Transit, they have to wait till they're like 22, 23. So we got to figure out what we're going to do for students in that 18 to 25-year-old gap. The other challenge is working on early college credit, which almost all of our programs have, which means students are graduating high school working towards college degrees. And we're still working on trying to find community college partners that have a program similar to us. Lessons learned. This is, I think, probably the most important thing I want to share with the room is that the California Master Plan for Career Education, which came out last year, really talks about breaking down the silos, right? And so we want to talk about preparing students and workforce development, then we have to have everybody talking to one another. And this was an excellent example, right? We took CARB, who really hadn't worked with K-12 before, Hatch, who I'm not sure if they had, I think they'd done most of their work with universities, AC Transit, which hadn't engaged with anything like us before. We broke down the silos and we were all working together to build this program. And it is the essence of the master plan and really, connecting all the parties and really creating this pathway for students. Connecting the dots with the curriculum. So we had an idea about what we were going to teach. We had an idea about what students were going to know. And then when they came in, that idea shifted. And we had to really think about how we were going to approach this. Many of the students that came to the course actually didn't have automotive technology experience. So we kind of had to backtrack that. And this is where AC Transit comes in, is that innovation is messy. So, this was challenging. I didn't know anything about it. I mean, we had a small team. They knew a lot, but, it was a struggle. And there were times where I'd call AC Transit and be like, I don't know what I'm doing. And Michael Flokini is the education manager there, would tell me, Blaine, pull it together. Innovation is messy. You're going to be all right. And it's one thing I've learned is that, yeah, it is messy. It's interesting. It's fascinating. But the final product has been excellent for students. And so I think that was a huge lesson for me. Is like, you can't control something that's totally new. The future, we're looking to build out the early college credit, working on pre-apprenticeships with the different transit union labor partners, building further out our local industry partnerships, interdisciplinary collaborations between the different pathways on our campus. So we're looking to do internal combustion to electric conversions between auto tech and ZEV, and then ship it over to our auto collision and repair class to do some painting and come up with a final product that we can send out to the community. And there's that table. That thing is really neat. That's all I got to say. Thank you so much, and it's a real pleasure to be here.
All right, thanks, Blaine, for that overview of Eden Area ROP's work and for sharing how your programs are preparing students for careers in the ZEV space. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Sandy Pabin, founder of the Green Economy Lab, who will share another perspective on building the ZEV workforce pipeline. Sandy, all yours.
Yeah, so standing still behind here is going to be tough, but I'll give it my best shot. So first thing I want to know is, who are you all out here? How many of you are from like agencies, CARB, those kind of, how many are agency people? Okay. How many of you are boots on the ground people? You're doing this day in and day out. Okay, good. So what I want to start with is, how did we get here? Who are we? I'm a teacher by trade. That's where I started. So one of my belief systems is education is knowledge and they can't ever take it away from you, right? My perspective on what I'm going to talk about is probably a little different. I'm going to talk about all of the different pieces and how they fit together. We've got partners that all had money from different things, and then we all came together and came up with this incredibly cool thing. Now, some of them I didn't know were going to be here today, Gloria and Seth, so they may or may not be plants during the Q&A. We'll see. Anyway, how did I get started? So I commute from New York, have been for 10 years, ended up in Stockton when the person who is now the head of the housing authority, who I'd worked with for a long time in Albany, asked me to come out here. And it started, so I have a for-profit business and we do construction compliance. That's what pays my bills, okay? And so I know a lot about like the trades. And I know that we're in deep tapioca trying to get skilled trade. I work all over the country. I'm here to tell you we got a problem. And as a school principal, by the way, I will own the hubris that we told every single kid they needed to go to college. I own that. I did it. Been there, done that. So how did I get started? So one of the things that's really important to me is self-sufficiency, okay? The money came out, and I know some of the people are Gloria's part of it. I'll get to that. We started putting housing at every single public housing charging stations because I'm sure you know public transit isn't so hot. Well, in my mind, the way my mind worked, I said, okay, if we can get us in a situation where we have access to transportation. So we put the charging stations in. And then we partnered with MioCar, which we ended up, there was CMO money, there was this, there was that. And when we started running the numbers, what it would cost to go from one of our public housing out to a Walmart was $20 each way. Well, we created a scenario where it was $4 an hour or $35 for 24 hours to rent an electric vehicle. Do the math, right? If you're a mom and you're trying to get car seats, all that, it worked out really well. So we had that. I'm going to go through all of them, but that's where we got started, right? Was self-sufficiency. So if you remember that, I think what you'll see is you'll be like, oh, I get it now. Anyway, I know I'm going to my things. So what do we do? My bottom line is, how do we help people become self-sufficient? That's what it's about for me. And some of you, I will tell you, if you ever want to come on a field trip, we'll be happy to have you. We're down in Stockton. And let's see, is it going to pay automatically or do I need to click on it? I don't want to go past it. Let's see. So the Green Economy Lab is a place where the entire community can get training.
to be able to get really good, well-paying jobs in the green economy sector. And it's a place where we can demonstrate
And if you want to take it back
projects
to the
that
beginning, that'd be
are
great.
state-of-the-art, coming to market. So the idea behind this is to be able to take our folks from wherever they are.
Biggest problem I have today.
You don't have a
Rob,
high
is
school diploma, come on in.
Hmm.
And then be able to work you through this to give you the requisite skills.
So anyway, while they
to be
bring
able to
that up,
access
there's two things I'll jump ahead of.
on the workforce development side.
So one of the questions I always get when I speak is, yeah, but is it replicable? The easy answer is yes.
Folks
We're
coming
doing
out
this
of
with
this
the city
program
of Philadelphia
have
right
more
now,
than double their
and
income
so no
and
matter
have
where
good,
you
steady
are,
employment.
it absolutely is replicable.
It just was
So
kind of
there's that part
simple
of it.
for me to be able to navigate it and to give me
So
an
that's
overview.
that. If we can't get it, I'll let you guys play. I'll keep going through because I know it's in my slides. So absolutely. So I don't care where you are. If you think, oh, that might be cool, but you know what? I don't think we can do it. The answer is you probably can. Money, obviously.
So the Green
and
Economy Lab is a
location become the
place
two
where
things.
the entire
And
community
we
can
have
get
been in the
training,
space we're in
be
for
able
just about 20 months. I've been very blessed. We have 20,000 square feet in Stockton, and we have all these partners with us, and it's been wonderful. So let me give you an example. So what do we offer? So what do we offer? Part of what was important to me was that if you walked in the front door, we were going to have something for you. Now think about it. For you guys who are boots on the ground people, if somebody got enough courage to walk in, I never wanted to say no to them. So what do we have? We have a partnership with the County Office of Education. We offer a high school diploma. It's called Comeback Kids. It's a legitimate full-blown high school diploma, not a GED. So what can happen is they're all of them adults, so they can go to a D1 school with that. We have that. Customer service. And he's like, what? Sacramento people, this is a steal from you. When I was writing the grant to the California Energy Commission, there's something called the Sacramento Blueprint. Reading through it, the grant, I was done writing it. And there was somebody in there who had said that when they were hiring people, this person they hired had no skills, and the person answered the phone, yo, what you want? I went, oh, Lord. Now, any of you who might interact with teenagers would rather far be involved with this thing than speak. So that was my ding, 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 ding. So we offer customer service, down and dirty, 12 hours, and we call it leading from the front. Okay, so we have that. So we have high school diploma, customer service, EV charging station maintenance and install, EV car mechanic boot camp. We have an electrical trainee program that's partnered with the Western Electrical Contractors Association. And what happens with that is it's all these modules. And if you go through and you have to get a 70 to move on, then what happens is you can get your electrical trainee card for the state of California. You can either go and join a union or you can get a job. Now, in full disclosure, I'm married to a union president, so, but on the other hand, operating in the construction space, I can tell you that the issue is we have to be able to do open shop as well. So we have that. Then now we also have a partnership with the port. And that's been very cool. We're training on their electric forklifts. And just got a call yesterday. I'm working with the stevedores. Now, why is that a big deal? Because they also want us to help them train on their forklifts. But stevedores are union. I mean, that is a full-blown, that'll be a very cool thing. Guys, if you can't get it, we can just flip through it. And when you get it, I can come back to it. Is that easier for you? Tell me what you want me to do. Okay. So that now, this is where it's going to get when we get to this. Y'all know we're living in weird times, right? I would not put a big sign in the front of my building. It's called the Green Economy Lab, right? Are you ready? Can you launch it from there or you want me to launch it? So what we've done is worked things in a way that people can get jobs anywhere. They get certifications that they can take with them. And when things change, they can come back, we'll polish them a little bit. But we're getting people jobs. Not necessarily where we thought, but we're getting people really good jobs. And it's a slide after this, I've got my stats, but maybe not. One of the things that we've seen is the average income is up 72%. And, is up 72%. And that is a big deal because what happens is the things you and I all take for granted, are some of the things that make what I do the most. I'll give you an example. I'm going to tell a story here in a minute. One of the guys, he works for Meocar. One of the days he came in and he's got his little girl with him and she's got a stuffy. And you know what he was so proud of? He took her out to lunch and he was able to go buy her a stuffy. Stuff you and all take for granted. But they had been homeless and they were living in the car. And now he could do stuff you and I take for granted. That's why I do what I do.
Economy sector.
Oh.
And it's a place where we can demonstrate projects that are state-of-the-art, coming to market. So the idea behind this is to be able to take our folks from wherever they are. If you don't have a high school diploma, come on in. And then be able to work you through this to give you the requisite skills to be able to access those high-paying jobs. On the workforce development side, one of the classes is the EV charging station maintenance and installation program. And it's been great. Folks coming out of this program have more than doubled their income and have great steady employment.
It just was kind of simple for me to be able to navigate it and to give me an overview of what becoming an electrician might look like. It set me up for, you know, basically wanting to
classes, and I'll talk about where we're going in a minute. I told you I can't stand still. So these, by the way, you can get a hold of me. I'm easy to get a hold of. When you talked about curriculum, that's the advantage of having been a teacher and working in the trades. Yeah, takes time, but we got there. I'm not going forward, guys. There we go. So stories, and this is where I want to make the connection back. I think Josh is before this, yeah. So why is having everybody in the same place a cool idea? So Josh went through our program. When he came in, he had a substance abuse issue. We have, by the way, we have a case manager. If that is, I will tell you, probably one of the most important pieces. Her job is to remove all the barriers. And the other piece is, let me tell you something. So I have a for-profit business, right? And if somebody needs something, I work 80 hours a week. Nobody's going to tell me I spend my money. I'll give you an example. Our first class, somebody got hired in customer service. She needed a pair of black non-skid shoes, $80. If you're not working, where are you getting $80? My staff knows they just take the credit card and they just go, okay? So that is the beauty of this. So when Josh first, and SJ Cog had a, do you remember this? The ILG thing, the first little thing in my bobber, and Josh spoke. Well, Josh was super, and he had his notes in front of him, and he was stammering, and he got through it. And then last summer, on a Sunday, I'm up getting groceries, and he's there with his wife. And he said they went on their very first vacation ever. Carb was at my site 3 weeks ago and he was there. He stood in front of those bikes and talked like he owned the place. That's a mom moment. That's why you do what you do. Alex, who was the other one, when he started working for Mealcar, I don't think anybody knew it. He was living in his car. His wife is in college. They were living in the car, and he was getting the job. They now are housed. He's making good money. She's graduating college this month, and he's going to finish his high school diploma. That's why you do what you do. So, what's next? We got the partnership with the port. Going to work with the stevedores. This is all going online, so we can have a combination of hands-on in the lab. If you want to come, I have an electric forklift that is, it'll lift 30,000 pounds. The thing's mammoth. And then we'll have that. And now we're working on AI. Well, why? The world I'm living in, AI is doing our estimating and construction. AI is doing all of this. So we're going to begin to teach folks how they can do that stuff. Because right now, AI is not going to pull the wires, but they might someday. But we need to be able to have our folks ready for whatever's next. So I'm here. Come talk to me. Feel free to come visit us. And I still made it. Thanks, everybody. 28 seconds over.
Thanks so much, Sandy, for that great overview and highlighting how your work is expanding access to ZEV training opportunities. I thought some of those stories were really powerful. All right, here. So now we're going to shift to the demand side of the workforce equation. I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Martin Barrera from Jobs to Move America, who will discuss how community benefits agreements can be used to strengthen job quality in the transportation sector. Martin.
Thank you. I will preface, I'm getting over a cold, so if if my voice kind of cuts out, if I don't make sense, please feel free to ask questions during the Q&A. All right, so as it was alluded to before this, I'm going to be talking more about what it takes before we actually develop these ZEV programs and training programs, so kind of creating the environment or the container to develop them, especially building collaborations across organizations, community members, workers, and agencies. So I'll specifically start by talking a little bit about the on-the-ground community organizations kind of component, and then I'll talk a little bit more about state agencies. So I'm going to talk a little bit about community benefits agreements. So I'll define that in a moment. But just to give a little bit of context, again, I work for Jobs to Move America. We're a nonprofit that's national. We have groups stationed in the western states, Northeast, Midwest, and the South. So we typically launch comprehensive campaigns, and we use those campaigns to harness the power of public spending. And in order to, so when there's public money that's available, we tend to want to make sure that that money is going to good actors, specifically in the clean tech industry. So we identify clean tech manufacturers in specific regions that we fall into. And then once we've identified those, we do research and we do on-the-ground organizing to connect with workers and the communities that are most impacted by those facilities in order to build coalitions. And then in those coalitions, we learn about what are the concerns, what are the issues that are affecting individuals in these spaces, and then we advocate for addressing those through our community benefits agreements, as well as developing training programs, specifically in clean tech and zero-emission vehicles. So how do we do this? So I'm just going to read to you the definition of what a community benefits agreement is. It is general on purpose, and I know that there are other types of agreements that are very similar. So I'm going to specifically talk about this, and if you have questions about others during the Q&A, I'm happy to answer those questions. But a CBA is a legally binding and enforceable agreement outlining the parties' specific measurable commitments to workers in local communities. So how do we determine that? Again, we build these coalitions with residents, with community members, with workers, labor unions, community organizations, environmental organizations. We try to get as many stakeholders as possible to really best inform how to develop an agreement that will actually deal and address the concerns and issues that folks have, and making sure that we support those that are most impacted by these facilities and these employers. So when we think about what goes into a CBA, anything can go into a CBA. We always encourage folks to dream big. Ultimately, the employer may not want to sign on to an agreement that has certain things in there, But again, it doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't hurt to build power to really push and address the concerns. So some examples of some of the previous CBAs that we've had are, for example, targeting hiring commitments, making sure that there's outlined specificity on developing pre-training, pre-apprenticeships and apprenticeship programs, creating opportunities for community organizations to provide wraparound services, creating opportunities for worker voice, so establishing affinity groups or mechanisms internally within facilities to make sure that worker voices are being heard by the employer, addressing environmental justice concerns, land use concerns, as well as language access. So again, once we have developed these coalitions and we've done that research on the ground, and we've built out a large amount of folks that are invested in a community benefits agreement campaign, that's when we begin the negotiation. And in this component, again, it depends on the employer. There are some that are startups that are very excited to partner with community and workers to really make sure that they can develop great programs and have a positive impact, and which allows them to get public money. Others, not so much, so it does require some creative thinking and creative solutions to really make sure that we create an environment where clean tech manufacturers want to come to the table and work with community and workers. On the supporting aspect for these coalition campaigns, we also do a lot of policy advocacy. Again, given our current climate, not all, at least not federal right now, but state and local policies and laws do allow the addressing of certain specific concerns and issues, so we often will uplift specific either policies or existing legislation that will address those specific concerns that are being brought up and uplift those. Sometimes maybe some of those don't have enforcement capacity or maybe are lacking in really implementation language, so we will either have somebody propose new language or propose an entirely new bill to make sure that we address those concerns and create an environment where it essentially makes the employer want to come to the negotiation table to be able to sign this community benefits agreement. Oftentimes, JMA will connect with agencies and sometimes coordinate on developing internal policies. We specifically focus on procurement. So again, all of these agencies that are transit agencies specifically, but other agencies as well, that are interested in incentivizing the procurement of ZEV vehicles. We want to make sure that we are giving all of these millions of dollars to companies that actually care about their workers and that are trying to mitigate harm onto the communities where their facilities are set up. So we like to make sure that we work with them to establish policies that will encourage those good actors to go after their contracts. And I'll talk more about some examples of that as well. And then overall, just making sure that we educate folks, like I am doing today, on the benefit of these agreements, so that way folks can go back to their agencies and uplift these agreements moving forward. So once we go to the hard part of the actual coalition campaigns and we've signed the CBA, again, it doesn't just magically fix everything. It does require active implementation, making sure that the shared decision-making that we've outlined is actually followed. So making sure that we're tracking and reporting all the CBA commitments, making sure that if they're saying they're going to give money to develop a ZEV training program, that money is there, that the infrastructure is there. So a lot of follow through on that implementation component. And because it is a legally binding document, it also helps that we have a mechanism to ensure that they are actually upholding their end of the bargain. So some examples of some past community benefits agreements that JMA has successfully won. Back in 2016, we were able to get a CBA with CRRC, which is a rail manufacturer. In 2017, we were able to get a CBA with a electric battery transit bus manufacturer called BYD in Lancaster, California. Later on in 2020 with Proterra, and 2022 with New Flyer, which are all battery electric bus manufacturers. Some highlights from the most recent CBA that we won back in 2022 with New Flyer. We were able to get car check neutrality covering 7 facilities. We were able to get 45% of new hires and 20% of promotions from historically disadvantaged groups. And again, this is across states, so not just California, but also Alabama. And we were able to also get a development of pre-apprenticeship programs, technical training programs, semi-annual site-independent safety trainings, and financial literacy clinics. Again, all of these were informed by our work with workers and community members that ask for these things. So to talk a little bit more about our BYD CBA, so for this particular campaign, again, we connected with workers in collaboration with our partners at that Sheet Metal Workers Union, Local 105. We were also able to talk to local Lancaster residents to get feedback on what is it that they wanted out of a agreement with this manufacturer. We also did some policy advocacy at LA Metro, given that they are one of the largest transit agencies that procures zero-emission vehicles, specifically electric buses. We were able to successfully work with them to establish the manufacturing careers policy, which essentially incorporated what's called the U.S. Employment Plan. And it is a ranking, it's essentially a mechanism where if there are manufacturers that are trying to receive a procurement contract and are bidding, they are required to submit information around how many jobs, what is the wages, what are the benefits, and if there are any additional investments into worker trainings and worker safety. And then they are essentially given or allocated a certain grading, and it improves their overall scores by about 5%. So it's a very marginal amount, but it is a significant amount that it does motivate a lot of manufacturers to want to sign a community benefits agreement to ensure that they secure these multi-million-dollar contracts. So we were successfully able to get that passed. That motivated BYD to come to the table to negotiate, and we were able to get that CBA. From that, we were able to establish our pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs, for which we were able to receive the California Climate Investments Grant through the California Workforce Development Board. I will say, again, although CBAs are amazing and JMA really upholds them, it does require a lot of implementation, right? So once you have that document signed, it doesn't automatically create the infrastructure, it doesn't automatically makes the employer want to support. So it does require a lot of designated representatives who are going to make sure that we are having those site visits to make sure that these worker voice mechanisms are in place, making sure that the safety components are being upheld, and that the money is being allocated to the programs. It also isn't a silver bullet. It does not prevent the employer from having bad business management, or it doesn't prevent from industry issues in the industry or fluctuations in the industry from impacting these manufacturers, as well as political shifts. But despite that, we still feel that community benefits are a very strong tool to establishing that environment to create more ZEV training, workforce training programs. Now to give you a little bit of some current campaigns that JMA is working on, again, with the focus of establishing more training programs across the country. Currently, last year we launched our Recall and Justice at Hyundai Kia campaign, where we have been collaborating with our partners in the South, specifically in Georgia and Alabama, where they've been doing a lot of on-the-ground research and working with communities to identify environmental impacts and concerns caused by Hyundai, Kia, and their suppliers. There's also been a lot of reported instances of child labor, labor exploitation, exploitation of incarcerated workers. So in order to support them in their efforts to get these companies to come to the table to sign a CBA, us in the Western states, specifically here in California, we've been moving a lot of local policy at LA City Council, as well as in Sacramento here in for pushing AB 1245 as a way to define labor trafficking and make sure that we have guidelines that can be easily inserted into procurement contracts to ensure that California money isn't going to Hyundai, Kia, and their suppliers, which are, again, actively bad actors and actively exploiting a lot of people in the South. So we're trying to kind of create that camaraderie across the country. And a little further south here in California, as some of you may know, large lithium deposits have been discovered. So again, that's very promising for the manufacturing of batteries and for us really moving forward with the development of this green economy. However, because of that, the community has had issues with a lot of these clean tech ideas coming into their space, exploiting their land, exploiting their water rights, and essentially not really providing significant positive opportunities for the community. So we were able to connect with community members, residents, and prospective workers to hear them out, understand what are their concerns, what are ways in which we can advocate for as they begin to develop these ideas for direct lithium extraction. How can we really mitigate any future environmental harms, as well as how can we really prepare and build the infrastructure for the development of training programs to really set up the Imperial County for the future. So I'm happy to talk about some of these campaigns in the Q&A, or feel free to find me after. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Martine, and thank you one more time to all of our 3 speakers for sharing their work and perspectives. Thanks, y'all. We've covered a lot of ground. Oh, somebody walk away with my slide advancer?
My apologies.
Thank you, sir. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, yeah. All right. We had a short session today. We couldn't cover all the exciting work that's happening in the ZEV workforce development space. But I want to share a quick snapshot just to show you how broad and dynamic these efforts are. We have the EVITP, that's Electric Vehicle Installer Training Program, which is now the required certification for all publicly funded charging infrastructure projects. We have the California Technicians Report, recently released by CNCDA Foundation, which offers a comprehensive look at California's automotive service landscape. They also have their Automotive Career Days, which bring together auto industry professionals to introduce students to real-world automotive career opportunities. There's a new partnership between the Clean Technology Training Trust and the University of Michigan to advance the nation's medium and heavy-duty ZEV mechanic workforce. CEC initiatives, including the Tribal Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Planning and Workforce Training and Development Grants, as well as the EVITP Fund to expand the number and geographic diversity of EVITP certified electricians. We have the ZEV Education Program run by the Foundation for California Community Colleges, which supports 8 community colleges in strengthening their ZEV automotive technology programs. There's so much innovation and momentum in this space. I truly wish we had more time to dig into all of it. These efforts are incredibly exciting and show how much progress is being made to support the workforce needed for California's clean transportation transition. All right. Here you can see everybody's contact information. These slides will be published later on, so you can always come back and grab these email addresses if you don't want to jot them down right now. We're going to pivot to opening up the conversation to all of you. This is a great opportunity to dive deeper into any of the topics that our speakers touched on, share your insights, or explore questions about workforce supply, demand, and implementation. Let's see, I have a slide here about mechanics. All right. So if you're in the room with us today, please raise your hand to indicate you'd like to speak. Somebody will run a microphone over to you so you can speak. Let's see here. If you're joining us virtually, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, or if you're on the phone, hit #2. We'll answer questions in the room first, then we'll pivot to any questions that we get online or over the phone. When you're invited to speak, please state your name and affiliation. Let us know if you're addressing a particular panelist today. You can also email questions, I'm told, clean transportation incentives at arb.ca.gov, as shown on the slide here. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up. Oh, some hands right away. Excellent. I saw this one first, and then we'll yes, perfect.
Hi, I'm Brett Zuner from the Foundation for California Community Colleges. Thanks for the unexpected shout out. But this was great. Loved hearing about all of the programs and important work. What really stood out was, and I think because we saw it in our program too, I think it was Sandy talking about some people call them soft skills, but I try not to say that because it really demeans how significant, important, and critical they are. But I had a very similar experience to you managing the ZEV education program and seeing things that we take for granted, like knowing how to check into a hotel or do things that, can elevate somebody in a career path. But those often get overlooked in these conversations. I just wanted to say I really appreciated you emphasizing those as part of this workforce development. And one thing I wanted to ask about too, if you all have seen this, because we saw it when our students were, they were community college students in ZEV programs, and they were doing high school visits to kind of just show local high school students about the technology. And we kept hearing back that kind of demystified it for students, and they really hadn't been thinking about ZEV at all, and it sparked this curiosity. I wonder if you could speak to that and how the people who go through these programs almost become ambassadors. That's what I've seen, but like ambassadors for ZEV, and I feel like we need more of a grassroots ZEV promotion. So it's not just coming from industry, but also from the people. And I feel like these programs are doing that, but it's not like the core thing in front. Does that make sense? Like I don't know if it made sense, but if you could speak to
I don't know
that.
if these are on. Oh, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Oh, they're on. I wasn't.
Yeah,
I'll take it one step further, which is the I can do this, because we have folks who have been out of education for a long time. And I always say, if it worked the first time, they wouldn't be with me now. It didn't work. And so sometimes people will bring their kids, or somebody will go back and tell one of their friends, or, it's somebody's aunt, and they'll say whatever. I think it's an ambassador for, yes, you can, no matter what it is. And it gives them the power to believe in themselves, which, as an educator, I can tell you that sometimes we did a pretty good job of stripping that away. And so I see it all, right? And that's, I do this for them, not the paycheck. You see that,
I do it for the paycheck? No, I'm just joking. Yeah, actually, to your point, we call that near-peer connections, right? So we have community college students come to the high school. We have middle school students come to our programs, even working with some elementary programs. And we have a student ambassador group that actually goes to the high schools to do presentations for recruitment. And without a doubt, those near-peer connections are the most powerful. And then, to double down on the soft skills, professional skills, how to navigate the workplace is definitely something that CTE programs across the state focus on, because it's key, helping students understand, how to develop that resume, how to answer an email, how to advocate for themselves, are also, really, really.
Or how to have a professional email that isn't hotmama36@gmail.com. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks for the question.
True story. I didn't make that one up.
I think we had another individual over here.
Hi, Amy LaFrance. I'm with the Tribal Energy and Climate Collaborative. And first, I'd just like to thank you so much for this excellent presentation. I hear a lot of wisdom and best practices that you learned the hard way. And I'm just really curious about all of these sort of ancillary skills that you've mentioned and some of the roles. So if you were starting your programs or your work today or applying for the grant, what would you prioritize that has been surprising to you to learn along the way?
I think we have gotten much better at integrating soft skills and the actual skill, because you can't have one without the other, and I'll tell you why. And for you guys who are boots on the ground, when you have 20 adults, and we have adults in the room, there's going to be rubs at times. And I think one of the things we've done a good job at is being able to talk about how do you problem solve. And when we see people getting their underwear in a bunch about something, say, wait, let's stop. This is what's going to happen when you get a job. What are we going to do about it? So I think maybe in the beginning, we didn't know that it was going to need to be a little bit of therapy too,
Yeah, I could speak a little bit on that too. Just being, anticipating what will be necessary. So providing wraparound services. If you have a large formerly incarcerated population and you're wanting to get them into these programs, anticipating, will they need some sort of support for finding housing? Will they need some sort of pass to be able to take the bus? Can you anticipate planning around their availability? So just, doing some of that forethought.
I think for us, it would have been really more strongly considering who we were going to be recruiting into the program. I think we made a lot of assumptions in the development of the curriculum and our planning So I think on both ends, both on the student side and on the industry side, I think we've learned it now, but I think doing that deeper research in the beginning would have benefited us in the development process to have a better immediate outcome for students.
One of the things I didn't talk about, which is we give our folks stipends because I want them to know that we value their time. So if they go through the program and they get a job or they increase their pay, if they go through like customer service, it's $100 because that's a real short course. But if they go through one of the other ones, it's $750. And if you continue your education, so like the ET, which is 4 modules, I've written checks for over $3,000 to people. And part of it is, and somebody said, well, then, they're just doing it for the education. Okay, and the problem is what? Because, that knowledge they can't take away from them. And we have a gentleman who, Philip, he left us and he went to Grid and went through the solar training. So the idea is if it takes money, because they still have the same job, they got to pay the bills like all the rest of us. But if I then can ignite a love for learning and it got ignited by a little check, okay. So, but that is one of the things that I will tell you I think is important. I write that into every grant. I write in bus passes. And obviously we have a case manager. So make sure you put those in because they become mission critical.
Those wraparound and supportive services are super important.
Yep.
I thought I saw a couple hands popping up over here. I'm going to get this one, and then we'll come back to the...
It looks like we have a question on Zoom. We're going to go to Zoom.
Okay.
We're going to unmute Chris Rayner.
I didn't even know anybody was on.
Hi, Chris Rayner with Foundation CCC. I've been a technician for 25 years. So I appreciate some of the comments about historically the trend towards pushing people towards higher education and regarding skilled trades sometimes is less than. Any thoughts on how to improve industry and outside views of some of the skilled trades, including automotive? Because we know ZEV doesn't live in a bubble. It's tied to automotive closely. So how can we help improve that image and see people as a viable career, not just a fallback or because I couldn't do something else kind of scenario?
Oh, I'll take this one in the real world. So if you look at the research, young people are now saying, I do not want $200,000 in debt. I want to do that. And then when you say to them, by the way, coming out of the blocks, you can make 70 grand. Their eyeballs pop out of their head. So what I think's happening is it's correcting itself because young people are starting to realize that they do not need to get in debt up to their eyeballs to make good money. And so I think it's taking care of itself. And then when we have job fairs and these kids realize that you can make, like I said, big money. And my real job when we deal with, I don't know if you know what Davis Bacon or Prevailing Wage are, but they, New York City, $125 an hour for a carpenter. So I think it is going to, it's like everything, the pendulum swings back.
Yeah, I agree with Sandy on that. For our high school programs, we're turning away hundreds of students every year. And the students know that. Like, they are very, very interested in finding something that is, sparks the interest and passion and pursuing that. And I think that the landscape is really starting to respond to that student need, student demand, and student requests for something other than this mythical idea of getting a degree and automatically having a job when really not knowing where. So one of our ROP partners has a motto of careers by choice and not by chance. And I think that really speaks to where students are at right now and what they're looking for.
All righty, we have another question in the back.
Thank you. Hi there, Ali Cooper with EV Guide, Electric Vehicle Get and Drive Everywhere. We are working with awardees who have been awarded a voucher to deploy neighborhood electric vehicle car share in their communities. I guess my question would be for awardees who are right now deploying some solutions, so rather it's car share or rather it's shuttle programs and want to be connected to workforce development opportunities for folks in the community. What do those awardees do? What is sort of like the next best step for them to incorporate, if they haven't already done so, a workforce development component of some type within their existing sort of program?
I can talk about that with Gloria. So Gloria runs Mio Car, And we partnered with them on a CMO grant, a long time ago. And one of the things we realized was there needed to be something, right? Whether that was customer service or whatever. So what I would say to somebody is find somebody. If you need help with the curriculum, I mean, you've done it, I've done it. Figure out what it is. What does the community need? Meaning, based on what you say you're going to do, what does that need? So, for example, our partnership with the port isn't around EVs, but one of the things we knew was those electrical skills were transferable and begin to do that. So I think that's important, is to find, what do you need? Like, you know, we knew we need to start right at the lowest level and scaffold. Well, if I'm Mealcar, what does Mealcar need? Well, we knew we needed customer service. We knew we needed some basic skills. So I think whoever it is needs to figure out what they need, and again, you know, reach out. I might not be able to do it personally, but I can at least help you write a curriculum and tell you who to go look for.
For workforce development, for any career technical education program, whether it's at the community college level or at the high school level, is typically funded through Perkins or the CTE incentive grant, and it's a requirement to have industry partners be part of the process. So wherever your geographic location is, either a county office of education, a unified school district, a regional occupational program, is always looking, community colleges, always looking to build those connections. And then I think the other thing to consider is if you're looking to build a workforce for your industry and your business, is thinking a lot about the apprenticeship movement that's very, very strong and very valuable for young people. Really a lot of times what we need is that industry partners' commitment to hire apprentices. And then there's a cost sharing system involved that's supported by the state of California. So there's a lot of options, and wherever you're at, if you can, and I'd be happy to help direct you too, but there's lots of opportunities.
Yeah, ditto. They're doing all the great answers, so.
Fantastic. Do we have any other questions in the room? Sorry, we have one in the back. We might have enough time to get back to you two as well.
Yeah. We have 5 minutes.
Hello, this is Michael Owen with the California Air Resources Board. So I have a very technical question. So automotive technicians are leaving the industry faster than replacements can fill the positions. Most technicians are pointing to the flat rate pay system as a reason for leaving the industry. How are your programs addressing this issue?
So I run a business, so I know about stuff like that, right? In terms of, so what's starting to happen, and I would say, and I'll use the trades as well, is they're realizing that either they're going to change or they're going to die, right? I mean, so, and I would use that with any skilled trade, that if you want to pay $1.95, great, but you know what? Your neighbor, your competitor is going to pay them $2.50, and they're going to steal your people. So I think what's happening is folks are realizing now the flip side of that goes to what you talked about in yours. This is a tough economy, right? And not everybody's going to survive. And you have, as an employer, you have to balance all of those kinds of things. Is it going to cost more? Yeah, it's going to cost more. And we all know, I mean, come on, how much more are we paying for just about everything in our lives right now? So I think what's happening, you're going to start to see, I'm seeing it in some places, especially I'm seeing it in, maybe not in repair shops, but I'm seeing it in dealerships. They're willing to pay a little more. So what'll happen is we have a situation where now they'll take our people, but they've got to start, they're not letting them near a car. And what the car dealers have said to me is, look, we're going to send them through our program anyway. What going to you is they're going to at least understand what a circuit is, and they've shown up every day for 12 weeks. That shows us that they're willing to do it. So I think, to your point, am I a car dealer? Am I a repair shop? No. But am I a business person? Yeah. And I think they're starting to realize it costs too much to replace people. That opportunity cost is too high. And Seth over here had
Yeah, we had a couple questions here.
Yeah, no.
We have time for one or maybe two if they're quick.
Hi, Herman Barahona with the Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition. We're big proponents of community benefits agreements. All the major trends have passed already, whether it was .com, the internet, now it's AI. Black and brown communities somehow get left behind. You have to try hard not to hire people of color in Google, right? Well, at least the ones from California. And it's a tough lesson for us. We have to be responsible and go to school and do all the things that we need to do to compete. But the CBAs are something that are non-existent in most counties in this state. We'd love to help with that. So any suggestions you have for expanding a CBA culture, say, here in this part of Northern California?
Yeah, good question. I think one of the main ones is just once you really get a big win in your community and really just publicizing that, I feel like once spreading word of mouth, getting like a lot of public attention to a solid foundational CBA in your region usually sets up for that like domino effect for other folks to see the benefits and to really develop that communication. And once you build those networks, that's when you really begin to change the culture in the area.
It has to become, so I'm from New York, and in New York, it is part of, you want public money, here's how it has to be. 20% of your contracts have to go to minority-owned businesses, 10% to women-owned businesses, and municipalities, so the city of Rochester, 25% of the labor hours need to go to people of color, 6.9% need to go to women, and 25% need to be local. So it is, there's way more things that can happen, right, in terms of, now in New York, most of our CBAs are tied to unions, but there are ways, and it's interesting because California is pretty forward-thinking. Well, I mean, think about it compared to like, come on, New York, come on, and so it really is kind of surprising to me that we've never thought about that, that we've never, it's, you do it, and if you don't show your best faith efforts, then there's liquidated damages. So there are ways.
Yeah, and like Sandy mentioned, really influencing the agencies that are giving out these contracts really influences how popular CBAs are. Because if they can condition it and it's part of the application process, then everybody starts to understand, oh, we have to have this, and they start to seek out community members. But also I will advise that sometimes certain bad faith actors will say that they have a CBA, find a patsy and just say, oh, look, we signed it with no real commitment. So it's always important to really make sure you do that groundwork.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We're at time. Let's hear it once more for our 3 speakers today. Thank you so much for being here with us. I also want to recognize Hope Couples for organizing the session, and all the CARB and other staff for putting the symposium together. There's going to be a short break right after this, and I hope you all will join us in about 15 minutes for the general session. Thank you so much.
We can sit down and quiet down. We've got one more session. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Hello. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Mario Cruz, Assistant Division Chief of the Sustainable Transportation and Communities Division at CARB. I hope you all really enjoyed this symposium so far and have gotten really the ability to be here in this moment and share with one another and learn from each other. Before I get into our last panel, I wanted to get another round of applause for our amazing keynote speaker, Lucina Negrete. I think she may not be here anymore, but I think she's going to come back. But just wanted to say, like, what a wonderful keynote she gave this morning. I was so moved by her words. And while I haven't had the pleasure of working directly or for Lucina, I've always considered her a mentor and inspired by her leadership. So I just wanted to thank her for all of that she's done for CARB and for the people of California, and that she will truly be missed. So I have the honor and privilege to be here today to moderate our closing session on a topic that's near and dear to me with some really incredible people. The topic today is equity as infrastructure, building systems that prioritize people first. Through this discussion, we will explore equity, not as a program goal, but as a core infrastructure. Our hope is that you will be able to use the discussion to reflect on the roles equity plays within your organization and programs, and to identify some actionable items that you can take away that are within reach to continue or begin to treat equity as core infrastructure in your organization and programs. This session was originally developed by our partner, Emergent Labs, whose contribution to the symposium agenda development and to the greater suite of mobility projects are greatly appreciated. As mentioned earlier, you have an interactive worksheet where you can reflect on the day and we'll have a few moments at the end for you to complete the worksheet. So now let me introduce our panelists. First, we have Alex Mori with the Central California Asthma Collaborative. Alex is a fifth-generation Fresno resident and grew up seeing the negative environmental and economic impacts the city has faced. At an early age, Alex volunteered with nonprofit and local community outreach programs that work to better the lives of those who the system leaves behind in Fresno. By the time she was 16, she sat on community development board to improve living conditions by eliminating slumlords in the area and uniting the community into one powerful voice. She learned about the valley's dark and equitable history, and now her sole mission is to stand for equity, inclusion, and justice in all aspects of life through the privileges and positions she holds. Next, we have Roman Patrida Lopez with the Green Line Institute. As Director and Senior Legal Counsel for Climate Equity, Roman leads the transportation and energy work. He advocates for legislative and regulatory policies that improve access, affordability, and lasting social, economic, and environmental benefits for low-income communities of color. Roman is based in San Diego. Last but not least, we have Alina Borja with the Southern California Association of Governments. Alina is an equity-minded urban planner with a focus in community engagement and a commitment to resourcing and amplifying community-led solutions. She serves as a senior regional planner at the Southern California Association of Governments, working primarily with the Go Human Active Transportation Safety and Encouragement Program. Now, I'll turn it over to our panelists and talk a little bit about their backgrounds and organizations, and in doing so, please talk a little bit about what equity means to you and your organization.
Sure, I can get started. Thank you everybody for being here. So yeah, I'm Alina. I work at the Southern California Association of Governments, which I will refer to as SCAG from now on. It's a mouthful. We're the Metropolitan Planning Organization for Southern California, and we cover 6 counties, over 190 cities, and almost 19 million residents. It's a big diversity of people and places, and our program design really tries to reflect all of that. And I work specifically in the Go Human program, the Active Transportation Safety and Encouragement campaign at SCAG. We provide resources directly to public agencies and community organizations so that they can carry out their community identified traffic safety solutions at the neighborhood level using our regional resources. Pass it over to Alex.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Alex Emery. I work with Central California Asthma Collaborative, or CCAC, not CCAC. And I am the the Community Outreach and Engagement Manager, as well as our EV Equity Program Manager. And from our inception, CCAC was created to address inequities in health outcomes in our region due to the higher than average asthma rates in the state, poor air quality, and lack of access to preventative health care. CCAC is dedicated to creating healthy, resilient communities where all people can breathe clean air and thrive. Through innovative programs, advocacy, and direct community engagement, we tackle air pollution, asthma disparities, and climate challenges head on. And then with my program, the EV Equity Program, our focus is to help Valley residents overcome transportation inequities by equipping residents with extensive EV education and access to information about available resources, because we see that the accessibility issue really does revolve around lack of education and understanding of what electrifying transit really is. So we aim to bridge the financial gap to ensure that residents are confident and knowledgeable when they're able to purchase an EV if they're in that position. And to answer the question, I feel like equity doesn't mean equal, and I feel like that's something that's often misinterpreted and misunderstood. Equality means providing everything the same to everybody, but the term equity refers to fairness and justice, and it means recognizing that we do not all start from the same place, and we must acknowledge and make adjustments to imbalances. And to achieve equity, I believe that we must attempt to be accessible in every way that we can and provide stability through education, assistance, and follow through.
Great, thank you for that. Good afternoon, buenas tardes. I'm Roman Partida Lopez, he, him pronouns. I'm the Director of Senior Legal Counsel at the Green Lining Institute. And I've been with the organization now for about 8 years, but feels much longer than that as I look around the room and see some familiar faces and a lot of new faces, which is great, right? I think I was reflecting on the day today from when I got here and hearing about, Lucina's remarks, right, and her statement around a lot of the legislation early on to really help shape a lot of the work that's here. And I was like, damn, it's been that long, huh? It's been AB 32, SB 535, 1275. And so we've come a long way, right, in regards to moving this work forward and evolving the suite of clean transportation equity programs that exist. And so that's really exciting to see that evolution and then also see, y'all are still here at, 2:30, 3 o'clock, right before drinks or whatever it might be for you all. But I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this panel. So in any case, and so as I was mentioning, my work in this space really started and that of Green Lining, which Green Lining, if y'all are not familiar with, we're a racial and economic equity advocacy organization working to redress the impacts of redlining on low-income communities of color. Low-income communities of color for too long were disenfranchised, were disinvested in, and we've been working over the years to really ensure that we are cleaning up our communities, that we are bringing new resources, and that we are providing the financial opportunities that they need to make sure that they can thrive, that they can be resilient, and that they also move forward along with all other communities when it comes to accessing the resources in front of us. And so Green Lining really started this work in 2013, 2014, when I was then a fellow, clean-shaved, no gray hairs, straight out of law school. And we got approached about working on this piece of legislation with a coalition that ended up being the Charge Ahead California initiative. Right now, that bill was passed in 2014, and as I mentioned, it established a lot of the clean transportation programs that we've heard over the day here, but that y'all are really familiar with, right? Clean Carts for All the mobility suites, the clean mobility suites, as well as a couple other programs. And so it's been great to kind of see that evolution of that work and the level of programs that have been funded over the years. And so Green Lining has played a role in helping advocate for budget, right, to make sure that we maintain those programs, that we have the funding needed to move them forward. That's been a little harder these last few years, right, to maintain that budget, but we continue to advocate for them and to ensure that we're really embedding equity, right? As we think about the question that Mario posed and we think about how we're defining equity, right? For us, I think as we've approached this work over the years, it's not just established programs and engage in some of the guidelines, but it's really thinking about how we are operationalizing equity, right? And how we're defining equity, right? And to build on what Alexis was sharing, right, it isn't just about ensuring that, we are providing equality for all, right? It's how are we really embedding and centering equity, and how are we, as we think about equity, redistributing the power and resources that are available to address those barriers that exist for low-income and communities of color. And that's how we've been approaching this work over years. And so our work with the Air Resources Board has been really thinking about how do we then take that and operationalize it? How do we make sure that the policies and the guidelines that are being developed are truly centering equity voices, right? The feedback that communities have, and then adapting and adjusting those guidelines and program implementation to make sure that they're reaching the communities who would benefit the most from these investments. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for your responses. Our next set of questions aim to explore a little bit more about your organizations and how internal equity work can inform work with communities. So our first question is, how does your organization approach embedding equity into your work? And from your perspective, what has been successful, what hasn't worked, and what has changed from lessons learned?
Yeah, sure. So through CCAC's work, of course, we do our best to create more access to climate and air quality programs. But through our work, we've learned that designing programs collaboratively with experienced community-based organizations from the very beginning really helps avoid a lot of common pitfalls. And incorporating diverse community organizations and grassroots folks into the work at every single stage in meaningful ways with sufficient resources usually leads to more equitable and efficient outcomes. We have seen that selective engagement without transparent feedback loops have not worked. And it's important for communities to see that their input and efforts have real, tangible impact. So the more regular feedback loops with honest discussions about how to revise and improve policies or programs, the more trust and ownership comes from the community organically. And a good example is the California Energy Commission's Equitable Building Decarbonization Program, which was co-designed with grassroots groups who are now major outreach and enrollment partners throughout the rest of the process. And free education has also been something that's truly been successful, whether it's seed workforce programs, high school programs, or elementary school exposure, which is funny, we actually just talked about it in the previous panel where we spoke about that. I personally, myself, fell in love with STEM and environmentalism in 6th grade, and then set the rest of my schooling to revolve around that. Youth is really our best asset. Youth are dreamers, and they have the energy and they're headstrong enough to drive change. I'm 30. I've been here for 5 years and I'm already tired. And the kids won't quit, okay? So we really need the youth to be engaged. I've seen them want, just from outreach events I've done, they want to change legislation. They want to fight for equity, but only once they've learned about it, once they've had that exposure or had that brought to them. And in reality, youth are truly oppressed people and are rarely taken seriously or given any credit or rarely any rights, which is ironic because most of the time communities are very reliant on youth to carry the adults in those communities through like language gap translations, technology usage, access to education, and for the type of activism that's relentless, like protests and marching. Youth are our pathway to power, but we have to treat them with respect, like they're humans with autonomy, so that we can help them learn how to flex that power and use it for good.
Sure. So for SCAG, let me go back and answer the first question, Mario, that you asked, because I forgot to do that. SCAG actually does have an agency definition of equity work, and their definition, I'm going to just use that one in our Racial Equity Early Action Plan, which is policies and processes that reduce barriers for marginalized communities and that prioritize equitable outcomes. So in terms of embedding equity in our work, embedding that type of equity work in my program really takes 2 shapes. One, providing direct resources to community for their own identified solutions to the planning problems that we're facing, right? Nobody knows a community and the issues and the solutions better than the residents that live there. In terms of traffic safety work, it's the people who live on that street that are gonna understand like what the street level solutions are. So providing resources is one main avenue in which we embed equity into our work. And 2 is reducing the administrative burden to actually access those resources. That has been the saga of my job in government work so far. There are so many hoops that are tied to federal funding, especially. So as a metropolitan planning organization, we are majorly funded through like federal pass-through funds. A major point of equity work, I think, in this level of government is doing everything we can to reduce the administrative burden to the cities and the CBOs and nonprofits that are trying to access those funds to do the good work.
Thank you for sharing that, Alina. I think I was in the panel, in the Trust as Infrastructure panel earlier, and I believe it was Jill who was mentioning some of that administrative burden that exists, right, to be able to access resources and being asked, some very complicated questions that, require too much, right, to be able to then access resources where they have to re-explain themselves multiple times over and over, right? And so if you have some of that expertise, would definitely love for you to bring that to the state level as well, right? Because I think that is one that continues to be a big challenge, right, for groups, especially smaller organizations who are trying to access these state dollars, right? They don't have the same resources or capacity to be able to apply, and so how are we making sure we're breaking down those types of barriers, right, when it comes to application processes and that. But I would like to just take a quick step back, right, and kind of build on what I was mentioning in my introduction around operationalizing equity, right? And that's been the work that we've been doing over the years when working with state agencies and partners, right? How are we truly embedding equity into the policy, the implementation process, and all of that, right? So we got to think about how we're defining equity in the mission, vision, and values that we are setting forward in that policy or that program. How are we developing a process that, as Alex mentioned, right, is engaging community at every step of the way, right? Both not just for their initial feedback, but like really providing that decision-making power as part of that process so that they can help define what that mission, vision, and values are, what those outcomes are. And then implementation, right? And making sure that we are thinking about who those target populations are that we're trying to reach, right? I think as we think about, access for all, right, is great as a tagline, but as we think about who would benefit the most, right, how are we then thinking about that within implementation and making sure that those that would benefit the most from these limited resources that we have at the state level are then put into action so that they can actually see those benefits and then, build out from kind of that core first. And then when we think about evaluation, right, and analysis, how are we then evaluating whether we reach those equity outcomes that we defined for ourselves at the beginning, right? Are there adjustments that we need to make, right? Do we need to adapt them because what we defined or what we set out to do just wasn't met, right? And I think that's one core piece that I really want to hone in as we go through today, right? And thinking about how are we adapting and adjusting the work that we're doing given the challenges that we have in front of us, right? Because not only is it funding, but it's also we have all these attacks on equity and inclusion and diversity, right? And that is impacting the way that also state agencies are doing their work. Some of that was raised earlier today, right, in the conversations. So how are we then pushing agencies to be our champions, right? To be able to push and make sure that we don't lose sight of that, right? And we don't lose what is at core when we think about equity as infrastructure, right? If equity is going to be at the core, we shouldn't just be talking about accessing resources. It should be about everything that comes with that, right? How are we including community? How are we inclusive of other issues that are happening within our communities? Because this work doesn't happen in silos. It's not a bubble, right? There's other things that are impacting our communities. So how is all of that informing how we operationalizing it? But how do we put that into action and into practice? Because we could talk about equity all we want in here, right? But in the end, if we're not putting that into practice and then holding our agencies accountable for doing that, then we're not reaching, I think, the goals that we've set ourselves to do. So.
Yeah, thanks Roman and panel for those responses. And I want to ask a little bit more and dig into your responses on that about how you're thinking about all this work on the programmatic side, but how you think about it internally to your organizations that maybe others here can learn from and try to duplicate in their own work. So how do you think about that internally, and how do you build up the internal staff capacity so that they can help when they're doing that work in the communities?
Sure, if I could start real quick. See this. I'll leave space for others because now you got me going. But no, just kidding. I just wanted to just share one example of that work, right? Of how we've operationalized equity within a project, right? Because I think that's also important just to share that out, and I think it answers this question. But early on, Greenlining worked on a set of legislations that we've shared in the past, but one of those was also Senate Bill 350, right? Which was it also included, a transportation barriers report that outlined some of the needs that communities had to make sure that we were addressing those challenges. And out of that came what was once called the one-stop shop, or now Access Clean California, right? And it was supposed to be a tool to help kind of bring all these resources together so that applicants, consumers didn't have to go in multiple places to be able to access those same resources that are being offered by one agency. And so we ended up helping be an advisor to the administrator of that program, Grid Alternatives, so that we can then really see that vision through to make sure that we were then working to operationalize equity in that work. So what we ended up doing is bringing a set of partners, or Grid identified a set of partners that were going to be part of the Access Clean California network. And we worked through that framework I just laid out, right? We spent time, we all got together in a room, and we were working through defining what we meant with equity, who were our priority populations, and then how we were going to develop a process and implement that process to be able to determine whether that work was successful, right? And what were those outcomes that we were then going to evaluate the work through to make sure that we were then meeting the intended goals of that project. And that was a multi-month process, right? And earlier we heard, right, moving at the speed of trust, right? And so we really then were able to build that in, even though we needed to move the work forward, right, to be able to expand, to use the funds, right, as directed by the agency. But we had to take a step back and really take the time that was needed to, one, build the trust, as was talked about before, but two, to really define that and have kind of our North Star, right, for the work to then be able to move that forward. And I think that was really instrumental in defining how that should look. And then a year later, we reevaluated, right? And we made some adjustments to that work when we realized, yeah, that definition was our priorities were like that they worked, but actually now we need to adapt it because X, Y, and Z. And I think is how we've been approaching this work, and both with the Air Resources Board, but with any other agency that we're working with when we're talking about operationalizing equity.
So at CCAC, we like to use a bottom-up approach. It gives us the proper lens to craft our programs with. And the way that we do that is we think of the most vulnerable, neglected communities in our state, and we put ourselves in their shoes. Rural communities, no tech access, limited phone access, little to no transportation, limited education access, low income, lives in a disadvantaged or hazardous community, speaks a language other than English, survival level reliance on fossil fuels, restricted income, and hard labor rural jobs. When we envision ourselves without our privilege and see the burdens our communities face, we're able to find solutions from the ground up. These solutions become the foundation of our full program approach. We intentionally even recruit people from all walks of our communities to join CCAC's staff. And most of our staff have personal experience with financial challenges, coming from the same communities, and or facing similar generational burdens to those that we serve. And once we establish that baseline, we can then refer to past and present community input that already exists that we've collected to be sure that our approach is respectful and not tone deaf. And we build our programs around the user itself and not the product or the end goal result.
There are several ways at SCAG that we build internal capacity and like to do equity work, and I feel like it really it differs from like team to team. It really is like an individual level type of work when you really get down to it. But some of the agency-wide resources that have really helped me, one is the Racial Equity Early Action Plan that SCAG published a few years ago that just serves as like a guiding policy for a lot of the work. And this has been important to me because whenever there's pushback, whenever something gets a little controversial, so like we get the question of like, why are you spending your labor hours doing that? Why are you supporting this like community project? Why this? I can point to that policy and be like, well, this part of the policy asks us to amplify, community projects, community-led solutions and voices. So yeah, just having a policy in place to point to has been immensely helpful. And yeah, in terms of labor hours, I feel like that's a very important point because equity work is labor. And a lot of the times, it's really hard to justify working on something when it is not part of like the line items on your payroll and like what you're putting in your timesheet. At SCAG, we've been lucky enough that there's like these like internal planning studios that staff can engage in that is literally, like a 0.05 or like a 0.1 on your FTEs on like your timesheet that you can list to. So both of those things have been like super helpful in like building capacity and getting, just allowing the space and the time for staff to get together and like build our capacity together.
Thank you all for all of that. I think that's some great resources and tips and things for folks to think about in the audience as we're wrapping up here and you're thinking about what you can do differently when you go back to your respective organizations and implement some of this stuff. So I think next we'll want to dive a little bit deeper into some of the challenges that you all mentioned and some of the reflections on doing this work. So what are some ways that you were challenged by others in your organization? Kind of mentioned that a little bit, by your community or by your own emotional resistance as you've navigated equity work? And what steps are necessary to overcome those challenges, and how are you currently working on them?
I've had plenty of challenges and obstacles and hindrances in my work. Some are within my control and some aren't. I come from a high intensity culinary background where adaptability and emotional control are key. So I don't really get bothered by residents, no matter how resistant, confrontational, or challenging they are, because I am a resident and I get it. And I'm able to relate to their frustration and then channel that frustration into action. But I still struggle with challenges from the state and government bureaucracy. A lot of the time you can feel really hopeless when you're delivered a negative verdict, and that directly impacts those who you set out to support and uplift. Whether it's a program abruptly shutting down, changes in eligibility criteria, or unexpected loss of funding. I've been through all of those. I've learned, honestly, to just never back down. From my first day on the job in nonprofit 5 years ago up to today, I continue to evolve and learn how to confront injustices in a way that doesn't scare people or have them shut down as I'm confronting them. And I've learned to just change my strategy and speak up at public meetings, network, and air out your grievances really to anybody who will listen, but especially the right ears. Write letters, send emails, get the community behind you 100%. They're already upset, so just put them behind you and put a megaphone to them. And then you can also petition if it comes down to it, but whatever it takes to just keep being vocal, and eventually you'll be heard, or they will be so annoyed with you that they'll just do what you want. So it's honestly the whole way I got on this panel today anyway, so it works. You wanna go?
Sure. Hard to follow that. One of the biggest challenges, I think that just across the board is funding for this work. And like funding that goes directly towards this work rather than kind of in roundabout ways. Especially during this time when like funding, especially, I mean, speaking for my organization, which really relies heavily on federal funds, during this time has really been tough to navigate. And one of the biggest challenges, yeah, definitely the funding. And in terms of overcoming it, like how to address it, I think we're all still figuring that out. It's been kind of like a shock. I feel like this year, oh my God, how long has it been? It's only been like a year and a half. But it's been tough to navigate. We've had to get like creative with the words that we use and the program designs that we are setting up. One of the guidance that I've received has been to like be more specific in like the wording that we're using, like what is it that you're actually trying to accomplish with the program, with this neighborhood, with this community, and then like use those words specifically of like the outcomes that you're trying to see rather than like a blanket equity statement.
Yes, as I reflect on this question, we're an equity-centered organization. And when this work started, about 8 years ago for Greenlining, I was part of that team that helped analyze whether we wanted to engage on electrification efforts. And there was a lot of pushback, right, at that time from the organization, because as we thought about, what are the challenges that our communities are facing, right? Electric vehicle adoption was not a top priority, right? It wasn't something that was top of mind or something that greenlining should be engaging on, right? We were addressing, yes, climate investments, but not necessarily one focused on electrification efforts, right? We were trying to address other issues. And so there was that pushback and that challenge internally about like why, and needing to build the case on why we needed to engage. And as we were doing that analysis, we realized like, yeah, the state has set forward so many goals, right? At that time, it was 1 million vehicles, but it's evolved over then. But at that point, it was 1 million EVs, right? And they had a vehicle incentive program already in place. And as we were analyzing, we're like, this is going to move forward no matter what, with us or without us, right? So might as well be in it and help push agencies and state government to invest in our communities, especially as we saw that there was opportunities for future investment in this. So we worked through that, but we used both our qualitative and quantitative analysis, right? We went back and we connected with our community partners, our coalition at that time, Greenlining Coalition, and asked them, right, what would it look like for them to, engage on this or care about this issue if we decided to move forward? And we got feedback, right? And I think a lot of it was the same, right? And we want to make sure that our communities are accessing those resources, right? When we talked about redlining, we talked about financial access, right? And so this was another way of addressing that. And so we ended up engaging, and we haven't looked back since then. But a lot of it has also really looked as us engaging with our community partners, right, as much as possible, to continue to get their feedback, right, on this work, and what then needs to evolve, right, to make sure that we are addressing the needs and priorities, right? And that's why when this piece of legislation passed, they had a mobility component to it, right? So that it wasn't just about vehicle adoption, or that it required you owning a vehicle, that we were providing other alternative modes of transportation for our most impacted communities who might not be able to own their own car. And so there's been that evolution to then continue to address the challenges that are being posed to our communities, but that our partners are bringing up. And I think that's the role that Greenlining has played and continues to play in wanting to raise those concerns that our partners are seeing, both on the ground when we think about access, but even as implementers, right? Like, what are some of the things that are coming up that we need to address? So at one point, y'all might not remember this, but there was a fight over the 1099, right? And folks who are participating in a Clean Cars for All program were being provided this 1099 form that then counted as extra income, right? Potentially implicating or impacting, when they were filing their taxes, right? And so that was a core issue that came up. And so that challenge is what Greenlining took on and addressed it and worked with coalition members and other partners to resolve that issue, right? And so that, I think, has been the role that Greenlining has played and wants to continue to play to address those continued challenges when it comes to program implementation.
Thank you for those responses. Maybe those are some really big challenges, and you've all been great at working through some of those. What are some less obvious process-related equity adjustments that you've made? And by less obvious, meaning things people might not think of as or see as equity work at first glance.
I'm going to go back and stress once again the importance of reducing the administrative burden for any resources that you put out there. So just being mindful that every form, every extra metric that you ask someone to prepare for their final report, every extra question on the application to receive those funds or that resource is going to exclude someone. So just being mindful of that and making it like all the money, right? All the money, all the resources comes with some sort of strings attached to it already that you, like, most of the time cannot get rid of. But anytime you have something within your agency's control, your team's control, to reduce, that will allow you to work with someone new that is probably like on the ground in a way that like you couldn't have built a relationship with before. So a lot of the times at my agency's work, the folks that we're working with are cities or jurisdictions. So folks like the city of LA, of course, like they have their lawyers, they have their accountants, they have a whole suite of teams that they can rely on. They can comply with like any form we throw at them, right? Like whatever we want to engage with. But sometimes we're working with cities like the city of Hemet that has a very small staff, or we're working with small nonprofit organizations that may not have all these dedicated lawyers and accountants. Or sometimes the best people that like you should be working with is a parent volunteer group that's working on like a safe routes project near their school. And you will not be able to work with them if you're throwing a bunch of like forms and financial documentation requirements at them. So yeah, that is like has been one of the most present lessons in my work. That is like you don't talk about that as like an equity related piece of work when you're in school, but once you get into government work, that has been again the saga of my career.
Yeah, and if I can build on that, because I'll double click on everything that was shared, right? And it's that administrative process, right, that has created a challenge, because we think about a lot of the policies that have been passed and wanting to uplift and center the communities and the community-based organizations that are based in those regions, right, to be a prime, to be the lead, right, on these applications so they can access those resources. But at times, those agents, those CPOs don't have the capacity, right, or they might be relatively small to be able to take on a financial burden, right, of being a prime and being able to then accept those resources to share back out, right? And in trying to create, these programs or develop these programs in a way that really centers equity and these community-based organizations, it also can create a burden, right? Because they don't have the resources. And how do you then address that issue had become another thing that we now need to think through, right? In trying to really center equity, we created this challenge. And so what are then the solutions for that, right? And being able to provide technical assistance, right? And capacity building has been another thing, right? Like we think about as Alina was talking about, of like being able to support, right, and having some resources for that, having state agencies have resources to do the same, right? How do we make sure that we're helping them position themselves, right, to be able to access or be a program prime, and then be able to take those resources? And if they're not, like, who are we then talking to? How are we doing warm handouts to make sure that they can still be a significant player in that project? But that, I think, is pretty significant, right? And thinking about how we create more resources for them, but also, how do we set them up to be able to, potentially address some of the shortcomings that they have because they're a smaller organization.
I want to say shout out to Hemet. They're really the David and Goliath out there. RIP to them. But I'm going to say it again. Equity is meeting people where they're at and uplifting them to a level playing field. And I think when people look at a program and think as long as Spanish speakers and poor people are recognized, then it's equitable and accessible. And obviously it's not. Many people don't consider disabilities when designing things overall, and people with disabilities, regardless of any additional hindrances, are constantly forgotten about and neglected. And we've come across a lot of people that have come through our programs at CCAC who require accommodations that don't exist for them. And in the same vein, everybody thinks that technology and electronics are so commonplace. I mean, even kindergartners are using them in school now. Everyone thinks that somebody has something, even if it's low tech or outdated or something from the 90s. But the reality is we have a lot of residents who don't own computers, don't have smartphones, don't even have an email address or know how to use email. I've literally created guides to walk people through creating a Gmail account, how to check their emails, that they need to remember their password and email and to have it written down somewhere. They could also need accessibility services that require tech that they're unable to access. Someone who's blind cannot fill out an online application, and if there's no in-person option to access Braille, then they don't have software that does the text-to-speech, they're stuck. And residents who live in rural communities and don't have reliable electricity sometimes, and like Jill was kind of talking about with tribal nations, it's not always reliable. And that also limits access to internet. That can affect cell phone usability if they don't have data plans and would rely on Wi-Fi. And again, computers, we're all privileged in this room to even have them at work. I myself don't even own a computer. I don't have that kind of money. This is a work iPad. I have a phone and that's it. You know, there's people who live off the land. They live off combustible fuels and radio at best. And the only way they get news or information is going to a place where they can see something physical or have someone come and visit their home via canvassing or a community organization doing visits potentially. They need access in a way that fits their lifestyle. And I think looking at yourself and stripping away every privilege you have and everything you have access to, what are you left with? Like when you're designing programs or dealing with all these administrative struggles, it's important to really just take everything that you have access to, get rid of it, and look at what you're left with. And how would you access this thing that you're creating? Eyesight, hearing, money, transportation, electricity, education, television, computers, phones, a food oasis, clean water, things in your language, your literal physical mobility, mail. There are people who cannot even get mail where they live. It's all privileges that can be taken away at a moment. And there are many of our neighbors who don't have these privileges, and there's no one-size-fits-all answer to equity. It's supposed to be unique to each person that needs it. And when we're going through this, that I think is a challenge that nobody sees, nobody thinks about. They don't go down to like the microscopic level, which even though it shouldn't be microscopic, it's just the user. You're just looking at the user's experience and abilities, but it's taken as this microscopic level of analyzing the program. But without that, you don't have equity at all.
Wow, thank you all for those words. I really appreciate you all sharing. Yeah, all of the challenges and reflections on all of the work that you all do, and just thank you all for what you do to make lives for Californians better every day. And this work is incredibly challenging, especially right now. It really speaks to the importance, I think, of forums like this, where we can share these experiences and learn from each other. So we're each not trying to reinvent the wheel, right? Where we can try to accelerate the work. So yeah, I just wanted to give that shout out to this program and the work that's been happening here and today amongst you all. And I hope that this work can continue with all of you when you go back to your respective day jobs. So now I think as we're wrapping up, wanted to look ahead. And let's talk about, we've been talking about the challenges and how do you stay motivated to continue doing this work? I think that's something that I hear a lot. You know, it can be challenging for sure. So how do you stay motivated? And when it feels like you're taking one step forward and two steps back sometimes? And how do you stay determined and hopeful to charged in this work?
Sure, I can kick us off with that question. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, as I think about where I find motivation for this work, right, is the work that we do with our partners, right, and hearing directly from them and those folks that are on the ground on the impact that these types of programs have in their communities, right. That, you know, this type of mobility option is now creating an opportunity for folks to move around in a community where there was no transit, or, you know, there's a lack of proper infrastructure for them, and now they're getting some of that. And I think that's where, like, I keep finding motivation, right? And a lot of the work that Greenlining does is at the state level, right? We're grass tops heavy organization, meaning, you know, we do a lot of our work in coalition, and we do it with our partners, and we're engaging legislators. And yes, we have some coalition members as part of Greenlining, but when we go back to community and we're talking to community members, that's, I think, where the inspiration comes from, right? And we're hearing from them on the opportunities and the challenges. And so I think that's what really keeps me going, right? And finding, okay, that needed spark to say, we're gonna go back out, right? And we're gonna go back and talk to this agency, because I think something that Alex was sharing earlier, right, is like some of those challenges come from the agencies themselves, right? And there needs to be just a continuous engagement, right, with that agency and making that progress, right? That at times we wanna see significant progress, but at times we know that's not the case, right? And so how do we continue to make incremental progress so we can go back to our communities and our community partners and say, hey, we might not have gotten everything we asked for, but we are moving in the right direction, right? And so let's continue to work together, let's continue to fight together, and I think that's where my inspiration comes from.
100%. When I first entered this field, I didn't know how to answer this question. I was very upset and frustrated when we were met with immovable boulders or bureaucratic red tape. And all I cared about was my people, my community, and my team. And I saw the repercussions of those actions and the fallout on the community, and it made me angry. I felt betrayed, and I felt helpless. And it really hurts the community organizers. And I think that's something that's not always fully recognized by funders and in general by the state. These programs do deal with disgruntled residents, of course, you know, through helplines and things like that. But CBOs suffer more by losing trust, validity, and participation. And suffering a blow like this really sets back an org in all of their work. And it makes the orgs feel like they're being used as a scapegoat instead of as an ally to the programs and funders. And without CBOs, there's no contact with the community. Nothing will be successful. And when we suffer a setback, it's important to step back and look at where that communication or trust was lost, and then develop a plan to get community feedback on what happened and how they feel about the situation in general. Show up with empathy and understanding in the name of advocacy. At the end of the day, the state and the programs they tend to be public servants, and we still have to look at ourselves as public servants in community-based organizations, even though we see ourselves as the public itself. Then we can develop a plan to get the communities more willing to forgive the organizations, and that is through being met with honesty, transparency, and accountability. Yeah, the program may have pulled the rug out from under us, but could we have avoided that? Is this something that we can fix in the next iteration? Do we need to organize with a letter? Do we need to petition to be sure that we're heard? Do we need to show up at community meetings en masse and file out our grievances? What can the community and organization do hand in hand to make change? And acting on that helps repair the relationship with residents while still showing firsthand the advocacy that that organization does to help rebuild that trust. Personally, I always find my inspiration and passion through my anger and frustration. I feel the feelings, and then I channel those feelings into change. So when we get knocked back down, you know, we get up, we push back harder. And when I get to talk to my community and relate to their frustrations, I mean, they're gab fests when you really get sat down with a resident. I see a glimmer of hope in their eyes just from feeling heard and validated. And I know that they haven't given up. And I'm obviously not going to get up because I just love to fight, honestly. But I'm motivated by justice, so I fight for injustice. Because this really isn't just a job to me. I feel like it's a calling, and I want to fight, I want to stand up, I want to be loud and unavoidable, and I want to win. And I think that winning is just achieving equity, honestly, because it seems to be this consistently moving finish line that we can't even seem to get close to. But I mean, the fight never ends, and I'm tired, but I'm still angry, so we'll get there.
Damn, what a skill, Alex. Like channeling that anger into action, honestly. Yeah.
A lot of practice.
What a skill. Yeah, this question was also really hard for me to answer because it feels so overarching. Like it feels like this just is the reason why I do anything. But if I wanted to put it into like words, I think about my parents. Think about my parents and where I grew up, and just thinking about a lot of like all the negative things about growing up in my hometown were not just facts of life, they were consequences of the decisions that some people made without the input of people like my parents. And I thought about like why were my parents sidelined? Two of the smartest people that I know. And it had to do with immigration status, it had to do with language barriers, it had to do with education inequities, with housing segregation. Again, all consequences of decisions that people made to sometimes exclude people like my parents very purposefully. So when I do this work in my own agency, I think about how how can I design this program in a way that would bring my parents in and like bring their expertise about their communities into the work that I do.
Well, thank you all for sharing that and your insights and your reflections and your motivations. It's truly inspiring. I hope others are inspired as well to continue fighting the good fight. I think next we're going to do a Q&A. So why for now, take a minute to complete your worksheets. And I think there will be a QR code either available on your tables, on the worksheet, or up here on the screen to fill out, share your thoughts on Mentimeter. And we'll have a few mics, rovers, if folks have questions. I think we'll just raise our hands. I think we have time for a few questions, if there are some questions from the audience for our panelists.
Hi there. I should stand, huh? Hi, I'm Christina with Civic Thread. Our office is just a few blocks down, and a little bit about the organization to preface my question for you all. Is that a lot of the work we do is grounded in linking community engagement in like tangible language that sticks in plans. So some of our clients include like city, county, but we also work with community and CBOs. I really appreciated some of the strategies you shared, that the way that you on the regional and state level advocate for equity work through the community lens, regardless of what part of that level you are in. And I appreciated all the things that the panel shared. My question for you is, because we do so much of community feedback collection and working with community champions, one of the struggles is always, especially like in this day and age, making sure whatever it is that we are receiving and delivering really can be effective. It's obviously valid in our eyes. Maybe it's valid on the city level, the city jurisdictional level, but in regards to regional and statewide, sometimes there's a gap, and that's where I think today we're all talking about policy change happening on that state level. And I do feel at times organizations like us are a little bit removed from that process. So my question is, in your experiences, how can, whether it's a community champion or compiled feedback, whether it's a community report, memo, what have you, or a plan language, how can that be used to its strongest capacity to really have teeth, to be implementable, and to really have respect in the eyes of like statewide bureaucracy or regional bureaucracy?
SCAG's board of directors is made up of elected officials. So everything that we do really has to have the local elected official buy-in. So that's one of the things that we like ensure in a lot of our projects is like from the very beginning, from like the application stage for a lot of projects. We ask that the city be looped in some way, because one of the metrics of success that we like to employ is, for example, for traffic safety projects, we track whether or not a crosswalk was implemented or a curb extension or whatever it might be that the city or the CBO is testing out, if it ever like eventually got implemented. And we have found that, you know, the people who own the right of way are the city, are the elected officials, are the local governments. So having that buy-in from the very beginning really does facilitate that.
Yeah, and if I can answer that question, I mean, I think it's a great question, right? And thinking about how do you take a collective voice at the community level and then elevate that to state advocacy, right? And I think there's multiple ways to try to do that, right? One way is directly sharing that back with the agency that has been tasked with implementing or doing that community outreach, right? And using that collective voice, whether that's meeting as a group, as a collective group, or developing a letter and submitting it. But the other ways is, they have monthly meetings, right? And they also have, I think, they have a set of board members, right? So earlier today in the Fireside chat, right, there was 2 previous board members. One of them, or actually 2 of them, were representing air districts, right? And then the other was representing business. But each, if you were to look then at the makeup of those boards, right, that are then tasked with voting and addressing the plans that are coming before them, those are avenues, right, that you can maximize, right? If you're in your region, you're in the Bay Area, or I'm sorry, here in SAC, right, you have the SAC Metro representative. What does it look like to start developing a relationship, right? To start sharing those concerns, right, that communities are seeing in trying to access these dollars, and building and pushing them to be able to raise those issues in meetings where now that this is an item, right, that's either presented as an informational item or is being then voted on, right? And so I think it's really determining what is the best path forward, but some of that also requires some power mapping, right? And making and understanding, right, where those various decision-making points are to better engage in, to then determine like, okay, well, we need to go here first before we go there. And then, at the end, we need to influence the Air Resources Board, right? If that's the agency that we're talking about. The other is, I think, looking for coalitions, right, that are doing some of this work already, right? And working closely with them to be able to share, because not everyone has the capacity or resources to be attending these meetings, right, or scheduling those calls. And so how do you leverage other groups that are already doing very similar work to share some of that, share that out, right, so that they can then also help advocate for those concerns or challenges that are coming up against them, to raise up those voices, right, and not make it their own, but obviously like share those out to be able to be that voice for them, to be able to move that work forward, right? Because I think there's a lot that communities or those that are engaging in community and getting this feedback are hearing, that doesn't always necessarily make it to kind of, back to the agencies that are implementing. And the last thing I'll note just on this point is, I think one thing that we probably need to improve, right, as we think about like all the community engagement that happens, right? There's a lot happening all the time, and agencies are asking community-based organizations to go out, talk to their communities, listen to them, bring that information back. But at times that gets lost, right? We don't know how that is being incorporated. So how are we then developing processes, right, to be more, to add that level of transparency? The Oakland Climate Action Plan a couple years ago in their development had a whole section identifying the community feedback that they received and how that was showing up in their plan, and whether it was showing up or if it wasn't showing up, and the reasoning behind it, right, why it didn't show up. And I think that is a practice we probably need to do a better job, or agencies need to do a better job of holding on, because there's all these community meetings happening. So how is that then influencing or impacting that plan that they're needing to do community feedback on is showing up? So I think that's another way of also making sure that we're pushing agencies to be better responsive. So.
If there's no other questions, I think you can want to respond to that question.
Okay, yeah. I echo everything you said, especially about CSCs, community steering committees. I think CCAC has really learned to use that as one of our main resources. And through those, we're able to get that feedback, ask those questions, respectfully enter those spaces in the name of advocacy. Don't try to solve anything there, make sure that the feedback that you're getting raw and unedited. You know, residents will openly tell you their struggles. They'll tell you everything that you need to hear, and you just have to listen and implement it. And our community organizers do the same. We gather that feedback, and then we try to, of course, push it forward. And the disconnect usually occurs when that information is transferred to those in power. Those who don't see the importance and value of that real equity and only see it as kind of part of a deliverable, like, yeah, we got community input, but we're not actually going to utilize it. But I'll honestly say I love accountability, and I love confrontation. So my advice is to collect receipts, relentlessly bother and pester them, and then once you have a big enough evidential bank built up, take it further. If they've stopped listening, you go higher. If they're not responding to your emails, if you can, go in person, and make sure that you're not only heard, but they are accountable and explaining to you why there's been that disconnect. Why wasn't this implemented? Why are you not listening to my feedback? And then requesting receipts from them. Here's our community feedback. We, as the community, would like responses from you regarding this, this, and this. Or we would like for you to provide the detailed breakdown or outline of what you're presenting to your board based off of our feedback. And request everything as if you're in trial and you're getting this evidence and having to fight for, I guess, in your innocence in the sense of a court trial, but you know what I'm trying to say. So I personally choose the upfront and aggressive route. I'm on those evening community meetings. If our residents are working 6 jobs and they don't have the accessibility, I'm going and getting that information, and then I am on those community meetings every month saying the same exact thing until it moves to the next group of approvals, and then the same thing on and on and on. And that really does require that relentless energy that some of us don't have, or we're stretched too thin in nonprofit and we work too hard and we're underpaid. But you know, it's part of advocacy is making some noise and shaking some tables respectively, so that you're able to be heard completely, because a lot of groups will prey on your ignorance and your silence, and they will not be coming back for more or follow up at all.
Well, thank you all. And we're coming up on time. We have 5 minutes left. So any last parting thoughts from the panel that they want to share in the last 5 minutes?
No, I just have to say ganas to everybody doing this work. Like, just keep going, keep your, what is it, chin up? I'm trying to find like the translation of ganas, if anybody has that. Yeah, this is, that's why it's such a skill to like channel like your feelings into action. I've really been struggling with that. So if anybody can relate to that, like I just encourage you to keep going.
I don't really, I feel like I laid it all out. I said what I wanted to say, but you know, the work is never done. Our air quality has not improved in the way that it should have. I know that there are small little goalposts that keep getting hit, but they are outdated goalposts. So the fight is ongoing for air quality, and for resilience for our communities, and we just have to keep going. It's not ending, but what we do is we empower those around us so that we're in numbers instead of in solo. Singular? You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, as been shared already, right, the struggle continues, and this work is ongoing. I think as has been shared, right, at times we got to take out our boxing gloves, right, or whichever gloves you want to take out, right, and push back and really take the fight forward. Because our communities do that on a daily basis, right? They're experiencing this on a day-to-day and living it, right? And so how do we make sure that we continue to be a voice for them and putting those gloves on for them if they're unable to? And I think that I think is what I want to leave you all with, right? It's like, how do we continue to collectively fight together, right? To move this work forward? Because I know everyone in this room is here for a reason, right? Everyone in here is here to learn about equity or how to best center equity, right? And that is my ask, right? To make sure that as y'all leave this room today, that we are then all collectively working to address equity, that we are collectively having these conversations on the best way to do so, and how are we best working together with agencies and also holding them accountable, right? To make sure that we are making the progress that we want to see from them, to make sure that at the end of the day, those that need these resources and would benefit the most are actually the ones receiving these benefits from these state investments that we have. So thank you.
Well, thank you all for this amazing panel. Such as privilege and honor to have been here and help moderate this. How about a round of applause for our panelists? And I think that concludes our session. I did want to also give a thank you to the Emergent Labs for originally developing this session idea, and to our panelists again for contributing to the conversations today. I also personally wanted to thank the staff behind the scene who made this session possible, who supported me with Leilani Villamontes and Catherine Canepa. Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
Okay, well, we're almost there, not quite. Let's have a round of applause for our last panel. And a round of applause for everybody on all the panels today. I just want to follow up on some of the remarks that were just made in this last panel. Long before I was working at CARB, I was a historian. I guess I technically still am. I just don't do it on a daily basis. But the idea of where do you find your motivation and being determined to continue with the struggle. And I think for me, if I was to think about it, to not move forward, to not continue to grind and fight would be a betrayal to those in the past. So now I'm going to hand the baton for the last leg of the relay to my boss, Lisa McCumber.
All right. Thank you guys so much. It has been a very full day. Fantastic. This is our 4th year doing this event. We look forward to it every year. And I feel like, obviously, with 4 years under our belt now, it should be getting smoother, right? It is running smoother, but the conversations just get deeper and deeper, and I really appreciate all of your involvement. Today, let's see, we started out this morning hearing from our keynote, from Lucina. Once again, a round of applause to Lucina. She wasn't here when Mario gave a shout out. But we heard the dire need to make sure that we are supporting one another. We also learned that we really need to be looking back on our roots. And I think Robert's observation right there was absolutely perfect to that point. Our fireside chat really emphasized the need to focus on our local opportunities, as well as that the view from the top just doesn't always reach those in the communities. And so your involvement and our ability to really reach out to you is so, so critical. We also talked about the importance of collaborating together to really make sure that your voices are amplified. This morning, we had a lot of amazing panels. Thankfully, I kind of got to peek in on all of them, just for a little bit at least. And I really enjoyed the tips that were offered and ways that you can help support your immigrant communities. I thought that was a fantastic panel. A lot of really good information and things I can definitely take back to community members that I work with. I learned and really enjoyed the conversation around the independence that folks really do gain when they have access to programs that are of different types of mobility, like e-bikes. And then, of course, the challenges that tribes continue to face in not having access to just the basic needs. And that is really so hard for us, especially as an air quality agency, where we are governed so much by what statute and regulations, where our lane is in not being able to really get into the basic needs. But we can't help you unless we build that up in some way, right? So that emphasis is just it's so helpful, and keep telling us. We definitely, clearly need to keep hearing it. This afternoon, we've had great conversations around advocacy and how to represent your communities better. We've talked a lot about the fact that we still need a lot of investment and a lot of work in the workforce training space. We've got a lot of gearing up to do still with regard to supporting ZEVs if we want true clean technology opportunities in the future. We also talked about the need to be respectful of the people that we are building relationships in every way. And Jill, I apologize for not asking first, but I wanted to just share something from the panel that Jill from NAPAC was in. She talked about when it comes to trust, something as simple as making sure that you're very clear about your intent. If you take a photo with somebody and not just go post it to boast that you've taken a photo, right? Ask permission. Let folks know what you're doing. If you want to build trust with one another, we need to be very clear and upfront. And that was just such a perfect and simple example that I wanted to make sure those that weren't in that room got to hear today. And then finally, our closing panel here, Alex Emery, you really underscored those basic knowledge barriers. And I think, we do hear this time and time again. Knowledge barriers are a challenge, but then you also underscored the basic needs, Wi-Fi, being able to access mail. For me, that's really profound, right? Because so many of us do live within an environment where we don't think about the fact that we have the privilege of being able to access those things so easily. They're at our fingertips, but people really, truly are living off the land. And Emery, I really appreciated that thought as well. And then as Ramon underscored at the very end, we have so much more work to do. But I don't let that bring me down. It makes me excited, for sure. I definitely feel very energized coming out of today. So we did this last poll here just a few moments ago too, and I just wanted to kind of cover a couple highlights that I saw pop up on the screen. So let's see, a couple things where we really need to kind of step out of our own perspective and try to understand what others are experiencing, to really truly understand what their needs are if we're gonna even try to meet them, as well as just listening. Not to hear, but to understand. And while I know that isn't on there, that is so, so critical. And it's a skill and it's not easy, but really listening to understand is so important. And continue to educate yourself and educate others. So those were some really great takeaways, and I really appreciate everybody's thoughtfulness in adding to that poll. I want to also, we're gonna kind of close this out with more rounds of applause. So first, I wanna thank all of you for being here, your participation, your insight, and your trust in showing up today. So for you all, thank you. And then once again, for all of our panelists today for participating, we really appreciate all the insight that you guys provided. Our sponsors, Center for Sustainable Energy, South Coast Air Quality Management District, the California High-Speed Rail Authority, and Community Housing Development Corporation. We could not put on an event like this without your help. So thank you. And of course, our partners in crime and pulling it off, Grid Alternatives. Last two, my incredible team. It takes a village for sure. Everybody sees events like this and there's a couple people, there is an entire team of staff in here that have worked late, that have volunteered their time and helped really plug in with one another to make this event happen. And so to the team, to the staff at CARB that really worked to pull off today, a huge thank you. And then last, very, very quickly too, the incredible tech team at Metro Media. You guys, flawless, and so appreciate everything today. All right, we are going to end with one more poll. As I told you, we were going to revisit a little bit. So our final polling question of the day is, how are you feeling after today? And I know I already seeded you a little bit, but I am curious if you are. I'm hopeful to see some more positivity, but I get it if there's still a lot of fear. But all right, we are seeing connected. I love it. Some hopeful, ready to work. I am too. Thank you for that. Inspired. Motivated, great. Empowered. All right, I feel like our job is done here. Flipped you guys throughout the day. My hope for you all is to bring this energy with you to your work. Bring it beyond today, and bring it next year. So we will see you guys again next year, and thank you so much.